صنمی سرفدیر و جمالی افکنده به رخسار چمن موی سیاهی بشینم سر راهی با امید نگاهی بشینم سر راهی با امید نگاهی خدایا تو گواهی
morning, everyone. Welcome, Excellencies, distinguished guests, VCs, corporate, brilliant minds. What an incredible moment to be here with you for the second edition of the DeepTech Summit. It is truly an honor to be standing in front of such a diverse and forward-thinking audience, all gathered here to explore one of the most critical transformations of our time.
Indeed, Sophia, beautifully said. Ladies and gentlemen, the room is a bit cold. I need to warm up. So a resounding round of applause for UM6P for pulling off what is indeed a trailblazing moment for Morocco and, of course, the continent of Africa. My dear Sophia said it beautifully and brilliantly. This gathering does indeed mark a pivotal moment for our society. Ladies and gentlemen, deep tech is no longer a frontier. It is a force. It is the connection, the bridge between science and society. And right here in the middle of this evolution, we have our outstanding theme, which is redefining progress, how AI is transforming deep tech innovation.
Well, you said it. AI is no longer just a tool. It is a partner in the way we think, innovate, and build. So for the next couple of days, consider this summit a living ecosystem of knowledge. You'll get to meet thought leaders that are pushing the boundaries of AI. You'll witness startups that are changing bold ideas into real-world impact, and you'll engage with people who are not just talking about or predicting the future, they're actually building it.
They are actually building it. And over 4,000 participants, ladies and gentlemen. Some of you are here to sign new deals. Some of you are here looking for investors. Some of you are here just looking for some form of inspiration to know that you are indeed on the right path. Well, whoever you are, whatever you do, all we ask is that you be bold, you be curious, and you be ready for the unexpected.
As your hosts, Anita and I are proud to welcome you again in a place where science meets purpose and where bold ideas can ignite global impact. The 2025 DeepTech Summit begins now. Let's unlock what's next together.
Facing today's challenges, humanity searches for answers. What if the answer lies in the convergence of science and technology?
Welcome to the universe of deep tech.
Who are you?
I am the convergence of science and technology, created to serve humanity.
In a world shaped by algorithms and circuits, who am I? Am I still human?
I can help you understand, integrate technology, make it a tool for humanity.
But how can I be sure it won't take away my humanity?
Let me show you.
With AI, I see the invisible. I treat with precision. I save lives.
Clean energy, powering a sustainable future.
Cities that breathe, technology improving our lives.
AI and sensors protect my harvest, save water, feed my community.
These drones save lives, fast, precise, vital.
Together, we create a future where technology deepens our humanity. Not tomorrow, today. When science meets purpose.
Well, as we open this new chapter in the DeepTech Summit, it's only fitting that we start with the voice that has been instrumental in shaping the vision behind UM6P. He is a visionary and a leader committed to advancing the frontiers of science and technology. He brings a forward-looking approach, not just to research and education, but also entrepreneurship and the amazing role that Africa is playing on a global innovation ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to welcome on stage the president of UM6P, Mr. Hisham Al-Habti.
Assalamu alaikum, sabah khair, good morning everyone. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second edition of the DeepTech Summit here at UM6P in Benguerir, Morocco. We convene today with a shared conviction that the future must be engineered with intent and that technology must serve purpose. Our theme this year, redefining progress, how AI is transforming deep tech innovation, is less about how fast we go and more about where we're headed. It challenges us to look past the hype and ask deeper questions. Not just how fast we can move, but where, why, and for whom. When we launched this summit last year, we envisioned it as more than just an event. It was a statement of intent, a statement that declares that progress needs to be redefined, that it must be inclusive, impact-driven, that the fourth industrial revolution cannot afford to leave the global south behind, that Africa is not only ready to lead, but also to lead. And today, that statement resonates louder. From 2,000 participants last year to over 7,000 registered this year, from 30 countries to 53 represented, and over 980 startups in attendance, we are witnessing a momentum evolving into a movement. At UM6P, we define deep tech not as hype, but as high-consequence innovation, where scientific knowledge breakthroughs are mobilized to solve humanity's most pressing challenges. Whether we're talking about sustainable agriculture, next-generation health systems, green energy, or quantum, deep tech is the architecture behind a more resilient, inclusive, and intelligent future. And powering this transformation is artificial intelligence, not as a novelty, but as a strategic enabler. AI today is general-purpose technology that demands general-purpose responsibility. It is rewriting the playbooks of industry, reshaping value chains, and reimagining public goods. And yet, its potential will only be fully realized if we ensure that its governance is ethical, its access is equitable, and its impact is globally and equally distributed. Africa has a unique stake in this future. We have the youngest population in the world, 60% under the age of 25. That's not just a demographic fact or statistic, it's our greatest asset. A generation of builders, dreamers, and doers ready to engage the world on equal terms. But potential needs infrastructures, talent needs ecosystems, vision needs platform. This is what we are building here at UM6P and what this summit exemplifies. A platform for science-based entrepreneurship, where academic excellence meets industrial agility, where research becomes ventures, and where ideas find the means to scale. Over the next 2 days, you will engage in 66 sessions across 11 thematic tracks, exploring AI's transformative role in fields like agri-tech, health tech, cybersecurity, energy, and quantum computing. You will also celebrate excellence through the DTS Prize, recognizing visionary startups in life science, green economy, and African innovation. But beyond the sessions, the pitches, and the prizes, this summit is about purpose. It is about redefining progress to prioritize people and the planet. It's about ensuring that AI and deep tech serve as forces for good, ethical, inclusive, and sustainable. It is about empowering Africa to not only adopt global innovations, but to create them, export them, and lead the world toward a brighter future. So I invite you, researchers, entrepreneurs, investors, and policymakers, to use this platform to connect across disciplines, to challenge assumptions, to turn shared purpose into collective progress. Let the ideas exchanged here become the foundations of tomorrow's breakthroughs. Let us together redefine progress. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. President, for those inspiring words and for your continued leadership, drive, and impact and innovation at UM6P. Please give him another warm round of applause. And now, as we prepare to dive into 2 days of thought-provoking dialogue and breakthrough ideas, let's ground ourselves in the vision behind this summit through a short DTS film that captures a powerful glimpse into its values and vibrant ecosystem.
Do you believe in change? Have you seen it? When science meets purpose, have you felt it? From Africa to the world, we do. We are living it. We can almost touch it. The future in our hands. This isn't just a shift. It's the birth of a movement full of promises where all the data, theories, solutions, probabilities finally become real. From here, we can now uplift lives, transform industries, rethink the world for better and greater than ever. We began as a summit, but today we are more. We are a living global hub, an engine of innovation, a pulse of collaboration and partnership, a flow of collective intelligence and forward thinking. This is what happens when science meets purpose. Our ambition is no longer a dream. It's a path, a compass from Africa to the world. Today we can reimagine what could be every frontier to become the foremost global reference in deep technology. Can you hear it? Future is calling, and we're its spokesperson. We lead the forefront of technological innovation, forging pathways between academia and industry, between research and reality, between vision and impact from Africa to the world. When science meets purpose, we are able to create tomorrow's beliefs. We engineer, we empower, we connect, we share, we believe in the potential of this brand new Africa, an Africa of new tech debonair, able to expand opportunities right here, right now. The next wave of disruption is no longer linear. It's accelerated by intelligence, artificial and collective. The future begins here. Be at the core of its creation. Get ready.
All right, it is now my privilege to introduce the visionary who brought and conceived this summit to life. His passion for innovation, entrepreneurship, and impact has shaped every aspect of what the DeepTech Summit is about. He is the CEO of UM6P Ventures. He is the CEO and founder of Fuva Technology and the Director of Entrepreneurship and Venturing at Dev UM6P. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome on stage Mr. Lerziwi Yassine.
morning. So, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and to all the change makers and the deep takers gathered here, welcome to DTS 2025 edition. It's a pleasure and an honor to stand before such an amazing team of believers in the future of deep tech and Africa that share one common purpose, which is how we should leverage deep tech and AI to reinvent the future of our societies. Over the next 2 days, we are going to be discussing many topics, going from how we can apply AI to agriculture to quantum computing, and going also from clean tech, green tech to biotech, over 66 sessions on more than 11 focus spaces, and also with 180 speakers coming from all over the world. But before we do that, allow me to share the reflection behind the idea of putting AI at the center of the conversation of this edition, and also the idea behind positioning Africa as a leader or one of the leaders in discussing and collaborating around these subjects. And also I'm going to be sharing the Aurora vision at DTS team in this super rapid evolving landscape. And when I say rapid evolving landscape, I'm not exaggerating. I mean, during the last 3 years, the world is within a turmoil. I don't know if you remember, November 2022, when for the first time in history, an artificial machine was able to engage in convincing conversations with human beings. I know this is a commodity today. All of us, we use that to write essays, maybe to write emails, to conduct search and deep search. But let's stop for a moment. Isn't that mind-blowing, surprising? For the first time, a machine is challenging something proprietary for the human beings, reasoning and interacting. I'm sorry, this is not a commodity. This is hacking parts of the human brain. And on the science part, I'll give you just one example because we're going to be discussing hundreds of use cases during these 2 days. But one mind-blowing example is related to the medicine. I don't know if you know about the DeepTech AlphaFold. The DeepTech AlphaFold was able to predict the 3D structures of more than 200 million proteins. This is unprecedented. 200 million proteins are all known proteins to science. And just a few months ago, the third version of AlphaFold, the AlphaFold 3, was able to even predict the interactions between these proteins and RNA, DNA, and small molecules. This is literally revolutionizing drug discovery, revolutionizing with ING, meaning it's happening now, and we didn't even had the chance to see the impacts. And believe me, the impact is going to be huge on drug discovery and the global health. So this is one example of how AI is becoming not just a tool. Maybe it's becoming an engine, an economic engine. But maybe it's even more. It's progress, it's evolution unfolding. But here we need to ask a question, an important question. What does mean progress in our era? Is progress just improving efficiency, more automation, or maybe even GDP growth? Or is it something deeper, something more impactful? Isn't it about redefining human progress, about improving human conditions, also about a more inclusive economic growth, where nobody is left behind? So yes, this is a hard question. And if we want to define the progress, I'm sorry, AI won't do it for us. Only our goals, only our values, only our ambitions will do. And this is the exact reason why we decided to choose this theme, redefining progress. We will redefine progress, but we will also analyze the impacts of AI on deep tech. So AI is no longer a tool. AI is more than a tool. AI is disrupting anything we've been doing for hundreds and hundreds and even thousands of years. AI is becoming something bigger. And the way I want to define AI sometime, when it's applied in intersection of deep tech, I call it's the innovation of innovation. It's even the disruption of disruption itself. This is for the world, but for Africa, it means also something else. It means an acceleration, an opportunity, a way to leapfrog. I've always been talking about leapfrogging the African technical and tech evolution. But today, AI is offering an amazing opportunity. We can defy the weights of history. We can defy the gravity of history. We can leapfrog because AI is offering something big. We can use our own data. We can use our own talents. We can leverage our diaspora to build something big that is going to maybe positioning Africa in the global landscape of technology. And you may also ask another question. Why such a big event, international events? Because, by the way, 55% of the attendees are coming from abroad. So why UM6P and Benguerir? And the response is very clear for me. UM6P is the microcosm. It's a sandbox where the intersection of deep tech and AI is not just an abstract concept. It's a reality. Just a few meters from here, if you walk to Startgate, you will meet hundreds of startups being incubated here. Startups founded by Moroccans, Africans, and from people coming from the US and Europe. They're building something big around deep tech and around AI, and they're trying to contribute in changing the world, starting in Africa. UM6P, my dear colleagues, is having a very bold business model. Difference maybe doesn't exist in any other university. Our vision is about moving from the lab to the market, from the research to the ventures, and also from Africa to the world. So this is an amazing opportunity for Africa to leapfrog, and of course, again, to defy the gravity. You should use it, we need to use it, or at least we should try to make it happen. If we won't succeed, we won't regret it at least. So yes, I don't think that we're going to be able to answer all the questions that I'm asking today and that you all have in your minds. It's impossible. But at least we're going to be planting the seeds of collaboration, the seeds of interaction, the seeds of commitments, the seeds of investments. If an investor during the pitch in the dark session or reverse pitch or in the pitching in the elevator, for instance, meets an entrepreneur and they both launch the next big solution over AI that will change a field and industry, we have succeeded. If a policymaker hears a fresh insight and decides to adapt its policy for a more inclusive AI, we have succeeded. If a student gets inspired and decides to have a career in deep tech and says, this is where I want to make a difference, we have truly succeeded. So, of course, I started by asking the question, what do we mean by progress? And I need to give you my personal opinion about it. For me, progress is about innovation benefiting to the many, not just the few, and to all continents, not just one or two. Progress for me is when a breakthrough deep tech technology based on AI can transform into real venture, and these ventures can transform someone's life, quality of life, to the better. This is the real progress we are looking for. And of course, if I may say, why not? We can do that from Africa to the world, if we can, but we need at least to try. So, my dear colleagues, again, it's an honor. Last year, it was a surprise. This year, 7,000 people coming to the DeepTech Summit. This is mind-blowing. So I would like to thank you a lot for being parts of the 2025 DTS edition. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Yassine Lazoui. Of course, it is on his wonderful shoulders that all of this has been put together. So, ladies and gentlemen, please do indulge me. Another round of applause for the great man. And now we switch gears just a little bit to a fireside chat that I'm deeply excited about, because our next great speaker is a force in the world of innovation. Now, I believe that he can see the future because a lot of the technological advancements, the products we're using, sat in his purview. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker who will sit here with me in this fireside chat called, of course, our theme, Redefining Progress, How AI is Transforming Deep Tech Innovation, is the founder and managing director of Vencrest Partners. Please give him a DTS round of applause. He is Steve Sisinski. Another round of applause for Steve as he takes his seat. Steve, go right ahead. Thank you. Steve, it is wonderful to have you in Morocco. And it's even wonderful because your quote sits right above my desk in the office. Don't be constrained by what is. Open up your mind to what could be. Oh, I'm honored. It's quite scary. Here you go, Steve. It's quite scary when you think about what the mind could do. But I would like to start off, first of all, by congratulating you for being who you are, doing what you do. You know, you're a wonderful lecturer at Stanford University, and I said earlier on, if we think about the future, it's almost like you saw the future coming, and so you put your life and your energy into it. We thank you for that. Let's bring it to why you're here at DTS, at the DeepTech Summit. Steve, can you tell us why this is so important for you?
Well, thanks very much. It's quite an honor to be here. I want to thank the DTS team for pulling this together. When Yassine, who you just met on stage, all of you, invited me to participate in a DeepTech Summit in Africa, you know, my first reaction was, really? You know, I hadn't heard much about deep tech in Africa. And so he showed me what had been accomplished last year at the summit, and explained to me what was all involved. And since I knew him from Stanford University days, where he worked with me when I was teaching there, I said, sure, I'll be happy to do that. So I've been teaching at Stanford for the last 15 years. This is the first class I've missed. I'm teaching this quarter, and I have to report back. I told it. I have to report back to my students. About 30% of them are from Africa. Okay, and I said, I'm going to this, and they said, okay, you have to report back. Like, I make them report back to me, but now I have to report back to them as to what I'm accomplishing here. So I'm here to learn. I'm here to find out what deep tech projects and initiatives are being worked on here in Africa.
Thank you so much, Steve. And one of the things, of course, naturally, we're all talking about AI, and you know, we're talking about how important it is. I'm sure that many years ago, you knew that AI would take over some way, somehow. But let's talk from the vantage point of someone who sits right in the middle of Silicon Valley, you know, being a trailblazer that you are. And then let's look at what that connection is to Morocco, of course, and then Africa in its entirety, the continent. What's your thinking? How do you see this relationship between humans and AI, and how possibly Africa could be at the forefront of that advancement of innovation?
Okay, just a quick bit of history. The company I was president of, SRI, Stanford Research Institute, actually invented the first robotic robot back in 1966. It's called Shaky, and it was created by the AI lab at SRI, and that led to a robotics lab. It was the first time digital and physical came together. I ran an AI company about 20 years ago called Resumex, which matched open job requisitions with people's CVs and their resumes. And I saw the power of AI back 20, 25 years ago. If you look just a few years ago, a very major consulting firm, whose name I won't mention, came out with a story about what the top 10 technologies would be. This was in 2018, 2019. AI was not one of them, okay? Here we are today. Everyone's talking about AI. The most recent one from that article from that consulting firm, 9 out of the 10 had to do with AI. That's how quickly AI has become commonplace from where it was in our labs. It is obviously a game breaker for all of us as human beings. Stanford has set up an institute across the university called HI, Human-Centered AI, and the idea is to have AI work for humans as opposed to the other way around. This is changing. This is a great opportunity, to your second question, for Africa, new initiatives, startups, and so on, because it's going to really level the playing field. Using AI, you can basically obsolete a lot of applications in business and in personal that have been in use for many, many years. And those who have the clever agility to figure out how these markets will be changing, the courage to move forward, the resilience, as we all know, that startup companies need to have, are gonna really do well in this industry, in this whole area.
Steve, we're going into a powerful 2 days of engagement, sharing, collaborations, etc. How would you define deep tech from your perspective, from your experience? And perhaps, as you leave us, how would you encourage us to pay attention to this evolution, and again, to ensure that the continent of Africa is at the forefront of what's happening in the world of deep tech?
I can feel your passion about Africa. Okay, so Anita, I'll tell you a story offline about a woman in I think your home country, Ghana, that we're supporting in business. But on to your question. Deep tech, the way I define deep tech, and I'm interested, I've been asking already last night at dinner some of the colleagues that I've got here about deep tech. So the difference is, starting with tech ventures, that's mainly engineering and commercialization. And it's using current technology that's already been proven in the market to work, to be maybe used in a slightly different way. Deep tech is, well, this technology is not proven. So instead of just having 2 elements, engineering and commercialization, you have the third element, which is the science behind it. So that's the third group that needs to be brought in, and that is hugely risky for any kind of customer or any kind of individual to use when it's all new and has never really been even invented yet. So imagine yourself on the other side, being the customer and having to stake your career on this startup company that's got some AI or some nuclear fusion or some astrophysics or something that has not yet been applied to a certain problem that this company has. Huge risks involved on both sides. So it's going to take more people, specialized scientists. It's going to take more capital, more equipment, and a lot more patience by investors. These VC funds that are going to be formed now for deep tech are going to be longer than 10 years. They're going to be 12, 14, 15 years before we can start to see some of these technologies really take hold. On the other hand, the opportunities are immense. We're going to go through some really amazing changes over the next 10 to 15 years.
So thank you so much, Steve, for joining us. But last words, what are you hoping to achieve, and what are you hoping to see, and what are you hoping to be embraced with, if I may call it that, in your time here in Morocco?
Well, obviously, this is my first time to Morocco, and I'm really, really impressed with the country, with the approachability, the people I've met. I've been treated with great hospitality here, and so on. I'm hoping to take back with me an idea of what they're all thinking about. This is a young crowd for the most part, but even some of the folks who have been here for quite a while are quite interested in seeing Africa erupt, and Morocco in particular here take charge on a leadership role on the world scale, as has been referred to. And what a great event to be able to do this at. So thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to call him the man, the myth, the legend, Steve Sisinski, founder and managing director, Vencrest Partners. Steve, it's been an honor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Steve as he takes his seat. And this brings us to our panel discussion today. It will be led by none other than the director of the DeepTech Summit, CEO of UM6P Ventures, founder and CEO of Biotech, and director of venturing and development at UM6P. You heard him earlier. You are going to hear him again. Please welcome Mr. Yassine Lagzoui as he will entertain and he will have this conversation across board again on the topic of redefining progress, how AI is transforming deep tech innovation. Please welcome.
Again, all. So, thank you very much, Steve. Thank you very much, Anita. Amazing Fireside chat opening this whole event. And now we're going to be moving from something very high level, where we are discussing the impacts of AI and deep tech on humanity, to something more practical. And this is why we selected 4 of the most brightest minds, each one specialized in his field, that is going to be launching, setting the tone for the whole event. We're going to be discussing topics from AI and the impacts on humanity, and to ethics, to agriculture, and to practically how AI is changing today the lives of Africans and also all the people in emerging and more development type of economies. So please join me in welcoming the first panelist, Mr. Jalal Sharaf, who is the Chief Innovation Officer of UM6P, and please a round of applause. Not only because he's the Chief AI and Digital Officer of UM6P, but also because he's a deep friend of mine. And he has a very special vision about how we need to implement AI in universities. Please, Jalal, have a seat. I'd like now to welcome also Mr. Stavros Yanuka, who is one of the friends of UM6P, who has been working with UM6P on many subjects related to education and talents. So another round of applause for Mr. Stavros. Oh, it's okay. Yeah. So I invite Mr. Ram Kiran, who is the Interim Director of Digital Transformation in CGIR. He's based in Kenya, and he's transforming agri-tech all over the world. Thank you for coming. And last but not least, Ms. Reshma Singh, who is the Director in the Lawrence Berkeley Lab in the US. I had please a round of applause, of course. I had a chance to visit the Berkeley Lab last year, and this is mind-blowing. I mean, at least part of the world future is happening in the Berkeley Lab. I mean, I had the chance to visit one of the particle accelerators, but what surprised me more is any researchers from all over the world can go there and conduct research. This is amazing. Thank you all for coming. It's an honor for me to have you guys. And we have many pressing questions because we have the big responsibility to set the tone for the rest of the summit. I mean, whatever we're going to be discussing here today is going to be resonating in the other sessions. So we need to be bold, we need to be direct, and we need to say what happens, what works, and what doesn't. And I will start with my friend, Mr. Jalal, who is the Chief Innovation Officer of UM6P. And please, I mean, my introduction wasn't the best, so I would like you first to say a few words and then ask my first question. We are talking about AI and entrepreneurship and deep tech, but we didn't yet talk about the recipe of implementing an AI-based ecosystem. AI is a tool, it's a commodity, but beyond AI, beyond the chatbot, and beyond the tool itself, we need something else. We need the infrastructure, the talent. We need an ecosystem. So, based on your experience at UM6P, and also because you're general manager of EcoCentral in Casablanca, please share with us what is the best way to build a real ecosystem enhanced and built over AI and intersection between AI and deep tech.
Thank you, Yassine. I'm Chief Digital and AI Officer of UM6P.
I know.
In this way, because you asked me to also explain that.
I know, I'm just
kidding. Just because he asked me. The question you have here is, what is the recipe for building the ecosystem? Actually, AI is something that we all struggle to know what to do with. It's very difficult because it's a new technology, and a lot of people liken it to, sometimes even fire or electricity, because it's, a general purpose technology. As somebody put it, it's like a drug. We don't have the dosage, we don't have the side effects, we don't know exactly what to do with it. So we're in this period of, I would say, fermentation, where we're trying to figure out what to do with it. Everybody's talking about AI, as Steve pointed out. Some years ago, nobody was really, only some few specialists knew about it, but since November 22, now we're talking about AI in everything we do, in work, entertainment, even in creativity. And I think the best way to build an ecosystem is to make the maximum people aware of it and try it. We're responsible of making people test it and see what they can do with it. So in a setting like university, what we are trying to do, and especially at UM6P, we pushed AI to people. We're the first university in Africa to adopt ChatGPT, now in partnership with OpenAI, and we pushed it so that people start to see what they can do with it. Our mission is actually to transform how education, research, and entrepreneurship are delivered here using AI. And in that way, we don't have the recipe. If somebody says they know, please tell us, because I think we're all trying to understand what to do best with it, and we're in the early days. AI is the worst it can be from now on, because it's improving every day, not even every week. And it's an amazing time in our history to live this moment, but to do it concretely, because you asked to come to something concrete. What we do at UM6P, for example, is try to use it to transform the processes, to find new products or new services. All this without losing sight of our really, most important mission, which is to empower minds. So the promise here is we're betting on young people in Africa, and I think, as has been said many times since this morning, we want to leapfrog. We want to create the future. Of course, using deep tech is one of the means, but I think AI is it's the hope, it's giving the possibility to anyone to dream big and to make it happen. And that's why it's a very, very special moment in our history as humans.
Thank you. I totally agree. I've been witnessing what Mr. Jalal is talking about. UM6P has been the first university in Africa to implement ChatGPT, where Western universities were resisting. And we even visited OpenAI in their headquarters, and they asked us, guys, help us find a way, help us find a model where AI is going to be enhancing education. And this is something we're going to be discussing with Mr. Starvos afterwards. But first, I have a question for Reshma, because again, I was impressed when I visited Berkeley Lab for many reasons. And one of the reasons is, I don't know if you know that, but Berkeley Lab is one of the labs in the world that produces the most impactful innovation for the world. I mean, many Nobel Prizes, many technologies that are now we are using every day, but they were born in Berkeley Lab. So my question is not about the scientist part, the research. You're smart guys and you have the infrastructure. My question is something related to what I do as well. One of the most challenging parts of doing the job is transforming the tech from the lab to the venture, from the research to the market. This is super difficult because it's like a value of debts, and it's sometimes hard to translate these in real needs. So if there is no market, there is no innovation. So what is your recipe in Berkeley Lab in transforming this? Because you're one of the leaders of these efforts. I mean, generally, but also more specifically to your field, which is clean energy and smart cities.
Thank you, Yassine. Thank you so much. First of all, I want to say this is my passion, so thank you for asking me that question. I love science, I love entrepreneurship, and I love combining them, which is why I work in this space. I've been working at Berkeley Lab for the past 14 years, and Berkeley Lab is home for people who don't know. It is part of the 17 national lab system of the US Department of Energy, and we are home to 16 Nobel laureates and home to deep discovery in science. We have 16 of the elements in the periodic table were discovered through our particle accelerators and cyclotrons. So yes, you're absolutely right, and we welcome you back again. My journey actually began in architecture and design thinking, and I think at some point I became really intrigued with research and development around clean energy and buildings. And so I started to work in this space. There has been a lot of public and private programs that I've been working on. In fact, the first program I ran at Berkeley Lab was a US-India collaboration on buildings. And through this collaboration, I realized that the catalytic capital that comes from the government and the market capital that comes from the private sector are both essential for moving technology from lab to market. So we have seen just historically that game-changing breakthroughs can be enabled when this powerful clash happens between, or collision happens between public and private. So take, for example, the US Department of Defense's DARPA agency, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. They infused the first funding into what is now we call the internet. So they actually worked with CERN in Europe, which is an amazing example of international collaboration. And without that, we would not have the internet. We would not be able to live the way we live today. Another breakthrough I'd like to talk about is the US Navy and the government providing support to the GPS. And today I could not leave my home without the GPS in my watch or my phone. But often these things take a long time to accelerate. We did a quick case study of Silicon Valley startup called Kairos Power, which is doing a nuclear energy startup. And they actually got intellectual property from one of our sister labs, Oak Ridge. Guess how long it took for them to find the IP? Just guess. 10 years? Close. It's 60 years. 60 years. So this shows that the durability of the IP is there, but unless there's a market need and somebody and the talent to accelerate it, will not happen. And today, Kairos has signed a deal with Google for the advanced molten salt micronuclear reactor, and they're basically enabling AI. That would not be possible with our national labs. But we don't have the time for the decades-long innovation process to happen. So at Berkeley Lab, which is situated in Silicon Valley, we've developed different models and experimenting with different lab tech to market. So the first model we developed 10 years ago was called Cyclotron Road, which is named after the cyclotron, the particle accelerator. And the startups launched through that really are working on using testbed and prototyping facilities and taking lab tech to market. They have actually enabled $2 billion in follow-on funding. Some of the best geothermal startups, some of the best battery startups are coming from there. Another model we launched about 5 years ago is called Impel, which stands for Incubating Market-Propelled Entrepreneurship at the Labs. And through this, we have launched 300 startups in a very underserved building sector. And they've already started to build out manufacturing facilities, and they have enabled new commercialization of building technology products in energy. And finally, my favorite is Cradle to Commerce. Cradle to Commerce literally takes IP from the cradle of our national labs and moves it to commercialization. So in the past 18 months, we've enabled 15 startups to unleash the power of 10,000 IP that sits at our national lab. So each of our startups is taking untapped, high potential IP to market, and we're enabling them through the power of $100 billion worth in test beds that we have in our national labs. And we are not only bringing the science, we're also adding incubators and bringing science and business. So just like as you mentioned, international collaboration is important. Cradle to Commerce is also enabling startups in this space to nucleate the next generation of products. Like we are doing Cradle to Commerce, I feel Africa is a cradle of civilization, and Africa can bring that cradle of what you're doing in technology and as well as your traditional wisdom to the world.
Thank you. So it's not just about leapfrogging, it's the return to the origins. Oh, I like it. So, I mean, you know, tech to lab, the processes, the billions of dollars we talk about, these are important. But imagine if we don't have the necessary talents and education and the human capital. Would it work? No, even with the billions of dollars. This is why we have our friend Stavros here. Stavros is, when he took over the responsibility for WISE, he did a great job. I mean, I read some articles about him, and many call him the guy who transformed WISE into the Davos of education. So I read three or four articles about it, and I'm sure there is some truth in it. But please, Stavros, help us understand what is the role of education and human capital in fueling this AI revolution. Of course, there is the AI where we need to reinvent, skill, upskill, reskill, to prepare the workforce for the next revolution happening now. But I want to also, if you can, give us some answer about what should we do also in terms of research to prepare the PhDs, the researchers, to be prepared of what's going on. I don't know if you use the deep search option in ChatGPT or the other Manus or the other agents, but I mean, they do all what you need as a basic. I mean, they put hypotheses, they do the research, and they reinvent the way we do research. And this is also something that is reinventing the way we do research. So in terms of skills, in terms of human capital, what should we be aware today, and do we have some action plan that we need to prepare?
Well, thank you, Yassine, and thank you, Hisham and other colleagues at UM6P for the partnership, for the warm welcome, the collaboration. I just want to say that you know, WISE is a think and do tank, part of Qatar Foundation, and we're really trying to connect the dots between policy, research, and innovation in education. And we're here in force. So we've been here since Monday. We have with us the 6 startups that we are supporting through the WISE Prize. I encourage people to go and listen to their presentations in the one of the sessions right after this one. We're also here with our research partners, including UM6P, where we're trying to actually do answer some of the questions that you're posing. You know, I mean, in terms of, okay, AI, education, how do we think about the opportunities and also the challenges? I mean, I'd like to echo a little bit Hisham's remarks, your remarks. I think we need to take a step back and ask ourselves, okay, why do we educate? What's our purpose here? Is it just about workforce development, or is there something more? And here I want to draw a little bit on my Greek heritage. We have several words for education, but my favorite one is morphosis, which means to shape, to give form to. And essentially through education, what we're trying to do is to give form to and to shape human beings. And so I think we need to keep that front and center, that human beings are the input, but they're also the output for education. And then whatever we do with AI, however we harness its potential, it has to be with that aim in mind. So maybe a couple of provocations, if you will. You asked, I think, the question that a lot of people are asking, which is, okay, what can AI do for education? And how do we, how do we harness its potential? And there, I think, look, there are opportunities to personalize learning. There are opportunities to significantly enhance access through, AI agents that can act as tutors, that can act as teaching assistants, that can act as research assistants, right? Or even co-principal investigators, maybe at some point, right? And I think here, we should be keeping in mind that potential and that opportunity and trying to harness it again in the service of humanity. But I think we also need to take maybe again another step back and ask ourselves, okay, how do we change education in view of AI? What is the education for AI? Not just AI for education, but education for AI. How do we, you spoke, I think, and you alluded to this, that, hey, we're dealing here potentially with a new intelligence. Maybe at some point a new consciousness. Who knows where this is going to go? We need to start thinking about how we are going to be interacting with that new intelligence. And that needs to go, yes, we need to, we need the STEM and the science, and you guys are doing a phenomenal job here of training the next generation of African and global leaders who are going to have the technical skills necessary to help shape this future. But I think we also need to think about the broader community and embed within our education systems an understanding of this technology and how we interact with it that helps us avoid the mistakes we made with social media. And I can come back to that later.
Thank you, Sal. Totally. I mean, I think you're totally right, and this is the question under. It's a place that we're still cooking, and we have an amazing collaboration with you guys because we are conducting right now research addressing these questions. So we need some data, we need some analysis. Maybe we're not fully ready, but it's going to be happening very soon. And it's amazing that UM6P is one of the leading universities, thanks to WISE, that is already conducting this research along other network of universities across Africa. Mr. Ram Kiran, thank you very much for coming. You're the interim director of digital in CGIAR. That is thinking, it's a thought-leading institution thinking about the future of agriculture based in Kenya, based in Africa. That's amazing. And my question for you is very simple. I mean, food security is not going to be impacted by AI for today at least. I don't know if it's going to be transforming the human body so it wouldn't need food, but I don't think it's going to be soon. So we need food security all over the world. Africa needs to play a big role. So my question is very straightforward. How AI is transforming how we are increasing the yields in the field, how we're going to be securing enough food for the population, not only in Africa, but all over the world. AI is playing an amazing role. And myself, I've been trying to invest in agri-tech startups all over the world. But the recent months were phenomenal. No, you don't need longer, you don't need any very heavy type of hardware to develop something that's going to be increasing the yield by 20, 30, 40%. You need just a smartphone, you need a good database and a good model, and this wouldn't have been possible without what's going on in AI. So I would like, because you're at the forefront of this discussion, how AI is, and of course deep tech is transforming agriculture, not only in Africa, but all over the world.
Okay, just a quick introduction about CGIAR.
Please.
So CGIAR stands for Consultative Group for International Agricultural Research. We are a network of nearly 14 international agricultural research organizations spread all across the world in the global south. Phenomenon like Green Revolution, which largely happened in countries like India, was all facilitated through the work of CGIAR, like the likes of Dr. Norman Borlaug, was a Nobel laureate as well. He conducted his research and work in a CGIAR center called Summit, which is headquartered in Mexico. But yeah, we are very strongly present in Africa, considering that Africa will be a global hotspot for food insecurity, nutritional insecurity, as well as the climate crisis that is going to be upon us very soon. Speaking about how AI and digital in general are transforming the agri-food systems landscape, I don't call it agriculture, I call it agri-food landscape, because not only food needs to be grown on the field, but the food also needs to be processed, it needs to be distributed, it ultimately needs to the consumer, right? And if you really think about it, the human health is actually at the nexus of agriculture health, because if you grow healthy and nutritious crops, that translates into a more healthy and a nutritious population, right? So agri-food systems, I think, are an entry point for solving a number of globally relevant problems that we are all trying to solve. Coming to specific role of AI and digital, right? First and foremost, let me try and break this down into 5 different pillars where AI really makes an impact. First, agriculture research, wherein we are trying to come up with newer crop varieties, coming up with newer technologies for farmers to adopt on the field. I think you use the word innovation for innovation, if I'm not wrong, in the morning, right? So fundamentally, the way agriculture research is conducted, increasingly a lot of AI is mainstreamed within our innovation processes today, right? We are able to churn up new crop varieties very soon. In fact, within crop breeding, there is a process called phenotyping, wherein you're actually seeing how a crop is performing in the field, like how tall is it growing, what is the size of the canopy. Those were some activities that were done manually in the past. That is where increasingly we are using robotic technology, drones, etc., to automate those processes, right? So the way we are able to develop newer technologies is becoming much faster. That's one. Second, environment is a very big input into agriculture, right? You need good soil, you need good rainfall, you need good climate, which is, like I say, how well a crop grows is a function of 3 things. It's a function of the crop variety, the genome of the crop, the environment in which the crop is sown, and thirdly, how well you manage the crop. So GEM, these are the 3 parameters that drive crop performance. So today, thanks to technology, especially sensors or satellite technology as well as drones, today you have newer means to really monitor the environment. So your ability to understand and monitor the environment translates into better decisions on the crop. Third, about management, okay, I have a great crop variety, I have the ideal soil, ideal climate, but still, the farmer needs to manage the crop for them to generate the output. That's where you increasingly are seeing a lot of mobile app-based, advisory apps, a lot of stuff, a lot of startups are doing, wherein you're trying to take technologies that are created in the labs and then using a lot of digital innovations to take that technologies to the farmer to support them with their own decision making. It could be in the form of improved fertilizer recommendations, improved crop planning, improved sowing, etc., improved harvesting. So there are a ton of things that startups are trying to do to sort of help the farmers make better decisions, right? So these are 3 pillars. The last is, end of the day, farmer also needs to sell their produce into the market. That's where the impact, that an improved yield translates into an improved income only when the farmer is able to sell into a profitable market. That's where you're seeing a lot of e-commerce kind of opportunities where farmers are finding newer pathways to translate their enhanced yields into enhanced incomes.
Thank you. Very insightful, and I think there is a gap we need to overcome. And talking about the gap, it's super important also to take a step back. Now, everyone has access to the chatbot or to a tool that's going to be helping him writing essays, reflecting, even having a coach, an AI coach is going to be helping him making better decisions. But we are not sure that this is going to stay the same. Maybe this gap is going to be, widening. Maybe tomorrow we won't have access to the best tools. And it's already happening. I mean, I heard that OpenAI has increased the price to access to deep search to $20K, I think, a month. This is huge. We can't have access to this kind of technology. And this is not going to change. Maybe in a few years, African entrepreneurs won't be able to access to another more evoluted. So there is a real serious gap. Today we are on the same, we are equalized, we are on the same starting line. Tomorrow, maybe it's not going to be the case. This is why I want to ask Jalal a very important question about access to AI. How can we radically democratize access to AI? I'm not talking about now, because you've done an amazing job by allowing all the staff, all the students in UM6P having access to the best tools. This is not going to be sustainable if we don't do things. So how can we make sure that African entrepreneurs or entrepreneurs, researchers, deep techers have access to the best tools, not only elite researchers in other places where they can afford it?
You're absolutely right. The challenge that we all have is to actually democratize AI. That giving access to a lot more people is our biggest, I think, and more interesting problem to solve. Why? It's because we're talking about things that we don't know. We ignore a lot of things as we speak and as we talk about AI. Just surprises ahead. We don't know what direction it will take. But it's full of hope and promise for the future of humanity and for the future of Africa and Africans. Now, I think that so many people, we have Simon Sif in the room, a great Moroccan entrepreneur. He's been saying during the last months that you have to believe in your dream as a Moroccan. We've been talking about the American dream. A lot of people know about the American dream. But now we need to have a Moroccan and African dream. And this technology is making it possible, but if you give it to everybody. So doing it in a space like this is easy. You know, it's easy to do a good job when UM6P gives you all this world-class infrastructure. But can we recreate UM6P everywhere? No, it's impossible to do this because we don't have the means. What UM6P did is to prove that it was possible. Everybody who comes here, they actually realize that it's possible to do this in Africa, in Morocco, in other countries. So what we need now to solve is how to give access without replicating infrastructure costs and constraints to a lot more people. That's why, for example, we're launching an initiative that we call Africa 100, which is to train 100 million Africans among the farmers that we work with through OCP, for example, to train a lot of young people and give them access even remotely. Because, you know, Yassine, the next solutions are going to be done by some minds, some people, some young people who are not even in the room, who don't know that we're talking now, and they probably have the solutions that we don't even think about. So, you know, humbly speaking, I think that we do not grasp the universe of possibilities. We don't know it. All we know is that it's something big, and it's going to come from, you have to expect it to come from anywhere, from any person, and I think we have a lot of young people who are hungry to learn, hungry to solve problems, and we should not be, you know, focusing on technology only and saying we need to build the technology. I don't think we have to do that. We don't have the money for that. I think those other countries are doing it for us. Thank you very much. And I think we have to use it and to solve our problems, because I don't think other people other than Africans will actually focus on the African problems. We need to give access to food, to health, to education, to a lot more people than the happy few who are here. And that's why it's really, that is the real project. And what we're doing here in a sandbox like UM6P is testing, showing that it's doable, and now we have to scale it up. And to do that, we need to partner with everybody. That's why we're all here. This is something that will take some time, but we have to stay obsessed with that objective in mind, because this is the promise of Africa, and this is the promise of the world. I don't think we have to copy. Of course, we have to use. You know, we need to have our DeepSeek moment as well. DeepSeek showed that finally it's not just a matter of money and the powerful GPUs and all that, but it's also a matter of how hungry you are to find solutions. And that's, I think, it's a great opportunity for us. And again, we're working very hard to find ways to scale it up. Yeah. We have many ideas. I just talked about Africa 100, but it's not the only one. So let's see.
Yeah, we totally have many problems to solve. And one of the biggest problems we need to solve is climate change, because, you know, AI systems won't work in a planet that has been destroyed. And this is why I want to, if I may ask you, Reshma, because I know when we visited, again, I'm always talking about my visit to Berkeley because it was one of the visits that I will never forget. And you are focused on climate and sustainability. This is like your sweet spot. And if you remember, we visited the house, which is on a rotating platform. When you have robots that are simulating real human beings, and you were developing an AI-based system to optimize energy consumption. That was mind-blowing, and it's moved when we were there, and we said, okay, this is something real, this is something that is necessary for the planet, and I think it's urgent to democratize AI, it's urgent to understand that AI is going to be transforming deep tech, but it's more urgent to understand how AI is saving the planet. So please, Reshma, can you walk us about the breakthrough innovations that are contributing in solving the climate change issue using deep tech and the intersection between deep tech and AI?
Yeah, this is really, really important question. I feel like I really do believe that climate and capital should have no boundaries. And I really love the idea of this intersectionality between all of us, Africa, America, Asia, all of us, right? So I'll give you a few examples maybe in terms of like how AI is being used and deep tech is being used. So the first is in, I would say, material development and discovery. So some of our startups are using some of the open source databases that we have. So we have at Berkeley Lab something called the Materials Project. I would encourage all of you to look at it. It is an open source, largest, possibly, arguably largest in the world materials database. And so some of our startups are utilizing that. So Materium is one of our startups, and they are trying to find the next generation of battery chemistries using this material database by using earth-abundant materials. So not just lithium and, you know, you have lovely phosphate here, but trying to get to, is it zinc, is it nickel, is it manganese, you know, what is it? Another company which is called Carbon Negative Solutions, they're trying to understand how to use AI to look at the waste coming from industrial byproducts like fly ash and slag. And how do you understand through AI the variability of the waste and then be able to utilize this in the generation of green clinker and supplemental cementitious products, materials. So this is like the next generation of high-performance cement, which will have low embodied energy. So it's a way of being able to bring circularity into the discussion, which is very important for energy and environment. Another example is in terms of some of the work I have done myself, which is a research and development project where we flew drones around neighborhoods to try and understand the thermal analysis of buildings to understand where the energy retrofits that can happen. So one of our teams, Monair.ai, is looking at how to enable facility managers to use ChatGPT for recommendations to decrease the waste of HVAC systems in buildings. So they're cutting energy bills by half. They're allowing for preventive maintenance, which is actually really benefiting the waste which is coming from energy, right? Which is, you know, energy is actually 80% of global emissions. Exactly. And finally, I would say that in terms of being able to accelerate solutions, so Dora.ai is using an AI scribe to get unstructured data from multiple databases and then being able to do site analysis in a matter of minutes, which would take months to do. So energy projects which are stuck in the pipeline and don't get permitting happening, they're able to do it very quickly. So I guess the challenge now is, yes, we're using AI for developing new energy breakthroughs and helping with climate and environment, but the other flip side is that using AI uses 10 times energy. So doing a regular Google query takes about 0.3 watt hours, but doing ChatGPT query request takes about 10 times. So can we use AI? So that's my challenge. AI can help us, but can we use AI to help us use less energy instead of more energy?
Should ask AI, I think. I'll ask him, okay. So a very good point, and you talk about collaboration, you talk about how it is important to do that in a network, because it's all about data, it's all about sharing, and it's what's happening in a closed lab. It is important to create this connection. And I want to ask you, Stavros, I mean, I'm not going to ask you only about education, for a simple reason. I mean, when we met first, I think in an event organized by the Qatar Foundation, you were one of the easiest attendees that collaboration was easy to implement, because you were open, you were always talking about a win-win. We did a research project, just a few days after discussing, not an MOU, but a real project of defining. So I think in terms of policy making and collaboration, this is key. You're coming from Qatar, and you're talking African language. You're talking about what is the role of Africa in deep tech and in AI. And this is not just in this event, because it's in Africa. You've always been discussing this. So I would like to ask you, what's collaboration in terms of policy making, but also sharing resources, building a real network can help us empowering an AI and deep tech enabled evolution?
Yeah, thank you, Yassine. I mean, I think, well, we're actually working on 2 projects, I think, together.
The other is confidential.
But yeah. But look, collaboration is part of the DNA of WISE from its very inception. You know, Her Highness Sheikh Hamwaza, who is the inspiration, the driving force behind WISE, the chairperson of Qatar Foundation, had that in mind from the very beginning, that this would be, WISE would be a platform that would bring together multi-sectoral stakeholders to collaborate and address some of the key challenges in education, using innovation really as the engine and driver of that. And so I think, you know, my, I guess, call to action would be to really encourage people, you know, to think broadly about how they want to collaborate to address some of the key challenges posed by AI. How do they want to maybe work together to leverage the opportunities, and to try and do that in a as inclusive a way as possible. I think one of the things that we were very keen to see in our consortium, in our research consortium, was that we weren't just bringing together the usual suspects. I mean, great universities like Berkeley and others, of course, they have a very important role to play, but so do universities from the Global South. And it's important to include those partners as well in order to gain perspectives and to address some of the concerns that you raised around, you know, the potential, is this going to widen the digital divide or not? And I think, again, making sure that our solutions are, what we're developing works also for the people who need it the most. And we're, again, the focus, for example, of our WISE Prize finalists who are here is really harnessing the power and potential of AI, oftentimes to serve those most in need. And in that regard, if you allow me to maybe just address your first question, I'm not so concerned. I think Moore's law is going to apply to AI, and over time we're going to see the technology becoming more accessible, more affordable. We're already seeing its use to, again, put, you know, a top teaching assistant, a top tutor, you know, in the pocket of every public school teacher in low-income settings. That's already happening. And that's going to be a step improvement, hopefully, in both the quality and quantity of education that becomes available. What I'm worried about is the other M law, Murphy's Law, right? What can go wrong will go wrong. And I don't know that we're spending enough time worrying about that and thinking through what kind of guardrails do we want to put in place, what kind of standards do we want to have, what kind of norms, ethics do we want to develop around the use of this technology. And again, this is something that can only really be done collaboratively.
Exactly. I mean, a few years ago, 27,000 researchers issued a paper saying, guys, we need to pause this craziness. We need to think about the impacts and the ethics about AI. But in Africa, can we pause? Can we press pause? It's hard. We need to pause play, but play of an inclusive AI revolution. Totally agree with you.
Yeah, you're going to have to do it in parallel. I think the pause is not going to mean
it's not an option.
No one's going to press pause.
Exactly.
We have to work in parallel.
Totally, totally. Ram, I have a question for you because we talked about challenges.
Sure.
So I'm going to switch my second question and I'm going to talk about the challenges because, you know, we are talking about an AI smartphone, an African farmer in Senegal, in Morocco, in Nigeria using AI to increase the yield. But let's face it, this is not happening yet. There are many challenges. Fragmentation of the land, the problem of digital access, sometimes electricity. We have many challenges that we are facing today. And even access to the internet to use AI is not available. So what are these challenges? And the most importantly, because we want to keep some hope, and because we are kicking off the whole session or the whole event. So let's talk about the challenges, but also the solutions and the hope beyond that.
Sure, sure. No, absolutely. Things like digital literacy, affordability, these are all real challenges, right? And again, let's not paint a completely utopian world. The technology is great, the potential is great. Is it really creating the desired impact? No. Because of all the professions, agriculture is a very highly contextualized, highly localized profession, right? The way you convey or you transfer a technology to a farmer in Morocco can't be the same that you probably do in the US, right? But, you know, for me, the real hope, I believe personally, is in platform economies in agriculture. So you can't have one big monolithic solution that is going to be globally universal. But what I really hope for is, you know, as the cost of innovating becomes cheaper and cheaper, as you know, drawing LLM capabilities through an API calls becomes cheaper and cheaper, and as you create a lot of capacity on the ground, you will have innovators, like very small startups, 1 to 2 people innovators. For them, innovating becomes so ridiculously cheap, and because they are so locally embedded in the context, they are the ones who will look at the context, package the solution into something that works on the ground, right? So for me, when I envision what sort of an architecture, a business architecture, will really help us bring AI and all these digital technologies to create the necessary impact, my vision is you will have these global super platforms. It could be like OpenAI, AWS's, all the Microsoft Azures of the world, but you know, they can't really solve the challenge on the ground. You will need thousands of small agri-tech innovators who, you know, are catering a very localized problem for a group of 1,000 or 2,000 farmers, for whom solving that problem is economically viable. It still makes a small, viable business for them, right? So my vision for a solution is a business architecture comprising of thousands of startups solving hyper-local problems, but anchored by these global platforms. And for us to reach that stage, I think the public sector and the private sector needs to invest in a lot of human capacities, a lot of awareness creations, but more importantly, I think you mentioned it right, you know, the guardrails. Like, you know, there is a lot of data involved, there are a lot of data and ethics involved. And that's where not-for-profit institutions like CGIAR, I think we do have a responsibility to sort of see some of these emerging issues and threats in advance, start creating those guardrails in the form of data security or personally identifiable information, so on and so forth. I mean, that would be my response to you.
Thank you. It's an amazing response. Thank you very much. And totally right. And collaboration, building a platform. This is the solution. Working together. connecting all the hubs and all innovation hubs through South Africa. I've been receiving messages from my team saying, I mean, we've already over time, but we'll ask one final question that you're going to be responding in one sentence. Is this possible, guys? We'll try. Okay. So if you remember in my opening word, I asked I said we should redefine progress. So in one sentence, in your words, personally, how do you redefine progress of humanity in an era of deep tech powered by AI? Well, we'll start with Jalal.
That's a very difficult question.
I know.
And that was not the answer. I would say progress is when everybody has access to technology.
Yeah, thank you very much. Star Wars?
Yeah, human flourishing has to be the goal. And whatever we do has to be directed at enabling, empowering humans to flourish in the many ways that and forms that flourishing can take.
It's about humans.
Absolutely.
I like it. Ram?
But human flourishing.
Human flourishing, of course, yeah.
Food and nutritional security.
Of course, we need to eat, yeah. Reshma?
Traditional wisdom from Africa, like the riads in Marrakesh, which have beautiful aesthetic, innovative architecture, and people becoming not just users of AI, but producers of AI, to capture traditional wisdom and make it ethical to bring community knowledge into the ethos of AI.
It's lovely to hear that from someone coming from Berkeley Lab in California. Thank you very much. Guys, thank you very much. I learned a lot. I enjoyed the conversation. And yes, a big round of applause of our amazing panelists. And yeah, so we just kicked off everything, and all these questions are going to be deep dived in within the next sessions. Thank you very much.
Thank you to our panelists for such a forward-looking conversation. Your insights have definitely set the tone and the stage for all what's happening in the next 2 days. And as Mr. Jalal Sharaf said, we want to have a Moroccan and an African dream. And that's exactly what those 2 days are going to be about. So, as we move forward towards that dream, we want you to fully immerse yourself in the DeepTech Summit experience, an experience that is designed in movement, exploration, and choice in mind. Because we believe that innovation does not happen in isolation or in one single room. That's why the DTS is happening across multiple areas. So you will find 11 different experiences happening in 11 different formats to meet all of your needs. So if you are a VC, a corporate, a student, a startup, you'll definitely find something for you.
Okay, so Sophia, I'll just go through what our wonderful audience will experience over the next 2 days. If you would like to stay here with me in this auditorium, I will bring you into the world of AI and deep tech innovations which are reshaping industries. Or you may go along with my dear sister Sophia to the Amphi Igali, where of course you'll have the AI Society and government's conversation. You may also discover 25 cutting-edge innovations in our experimental showroom. If you're a startup, if you're an investor or a corporate, we've got reverse pitches, or what they also say, pitch in the dark sessions for you. Students, we have something for you. You can deep dive into the Deep Tech Factory while you explore every stage of Deep Tech journey. Real talk sessions are also happening if you're interested in that. These are open, honest conversations where no question about R&D or tech transfer offices is gone or will go unanswered. And finally, each session will last an hour. Be patient, be tolerant, embrace whatever you want to call it, absorb, do anything and everything, because indeed what DTS is giving you is revolutionary. Take advantage of all of it.
Also tonight, we will be announcing the winners of the prestigious DeepTech Summit Prize, celebrating the innovation and breakthrough in deep tech. So make sure you stay with us for 8 p.m. and be with me in Auditorium Ibn Rushd to find out who are the lucky winners. And right after that, we'll have an amazing artistic performance by the one and only Fahd Ben Shamsi. So please make sure you stay with us because you don't want to miss it. Also, one final note, a logistic one before we conclude. We want you to be able to navigate better the DTS, so please download the Summit app to get all the information you need about the speakers, the agenda, the locations, and also do not hesitate to reach out to our info desk or our hostesses if you need guidance and assistance. All right, I guess it's time to dive into those 2 amazing days filled with inspirational and transformative experiences. Thank you all for coming and enjoy your summit. I like that.
panel discussion. And as we know, UM6P stands at the intersection of research, innovation, and entrepreneurship. And rightly so, the first track to start off the DeepTech Summit is on research and development in the AI era, accelerating deep tech innovation. And I would like to invite the distinguished and esteemed speakers, starting off with Madam Nawal Shraibi, who's the CEO of MAScIR. Please give a big round of applause to Madam Nawal. Our next speaker is Dr. Anne McKenna from Africa Oxford Initiative. She's the co-director of Africa Oxford Initiative. Please give her a big hand. I would next like to invite Max Lussoff, the head of entrepreneurship and deep tech venturing at UM6P France. Please put your hands together for Émeric Penven, who is the director of Deep Tech Center at HEC Paris. And our own Philips Durojaye from Innovia Labs, who is the CEO of AI drone startup in Nigeria. And this session will be moderated by Amin Shigani, who is the Global Head of Enterprise Technology at Amazon Web Services. Welcome, Amin. The floor is all yours.
Thank you so much for the introduction. Really appreciate it. I have an ask for the audience. Everyone who's sitting beyond what I can see, if you can come forward, and the first row is fair game, we'll really appreciate it. So if we can have 25 seconds for people to come forward, it will help to make this an intimate conversation with our panelists. Thank you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the movement. Excellent. So good morning, good afternoon. I would like to also welcome you to DTS 2025 edition. I specifically, or particularly want to welcome you to this track that focuses on R&D in the era of AI. My name is Amin Shigani. I work for AWS. I lead enterprise technology organization globally, which is a team of former CTOs, CIOs who have led AI and cloud transformation in their previous life and are using that experience to help some of AWS's strategic customers also adopt AI and transform using the cloud. This panel is particularly interesting for me because I started my career in the R&D when I did a graduate school. I did a little bit of work with Carnegie Mellon's Software Engineering Institute with some applied research, but then I pivoted completely into industry since then. So I think I have seen a little bit of the power of deep tech R&D and what it brings to society before I pitched, and I just focused today on building solutions on current technology to solve problems. So this session, as I said, will focus on examining the collaboration model, the funding mechanisms, the commercialization pathways that can bring deep tech research into solving societal challenges while driving economic growth. And for that, I have 5 panelists that come from diverse set of sectors and geographies to address these topics. So I'm not going to do the introductions, so why don't we do this? Let's introduce ourselves. The same thing we ask for our audience to do a 60-second pitch of who they are. I'll ask all of you to do the same. Maybe we can start with you, Noel.
Donc moi, je vais m'exprimer en français. Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Ravie d'être parmi vous. Nawal Shraibi, directrice générale de MAScIR, qui est un centre de R&D pluridisciplinaire qui relève aujourd'hui de l'UM6P. Et alors, je ne suis pas chercheur, je ne suis pas docteur, je ne suis pas ingénieur. J'ai atterri par hasard dans ce monde de la recherche et du développement technologique. Aujourd'hui, je suis passionnée par ce secteur et ravie d'être là dans cette deuxième édition des DeepTech.
Maybe Max. Donc, bonjour à tous. Max le savent, donc je suis responsable du pôle entrepreneuriat et venturing DeepTech à l'UM6P France. Également, je vais parler en français. Donc l'UM6P France est l'antenne européenne de l'UM6P qui connecte les acteurs européens à l'UM6P et plus généralement aux enjeux et aux défis africains. Et pour ma partie DeepTech, ça consiste à construire un pont d'innovation entre l'Europe et l'Afrique avec les startups DeepTech, avec la propriété intellectuelle, avec les fonds d'investissement et évidemment avec les écosystèmes d'innovation. Et rapidement, sur mon parcours et mon profil, en quelque sorte, j'ai parcouru la chaîne de valeur DeepTech, d'abord chercheur, physicien, puis entrepreneur DeepTech, c'était il y a 15 ans, puis dans l'aspect transfert technologique, comment sortir des technologies du laboratoire vers les industries et les startups, puis la partie investissement, comment sourcer, qualifier et accompagner les projets DeepTech et les entrepreneurs.
Excellent. Just an announcement for the audience, we will have a bilingual panel, French and English. I trust most of us in the audience can move between the two, but hopefully you can get a time to get a headset if you need translation between the two. Thank you, Max. Maybe Emric?
Thank you, Amin. So good day, everyone. So my name is Emric. I'm currently the director of the DeepTech Center of HC Paris. I'm also originally an engineer, but I'm probably the only one in this panel who actually went to culinary school and worked as a chef in Michelin star restaurant before going to DeepTech, so that's pretty rare. But now I'm happily working for HC Paris, so one of the top business schools in Europe, working at the intersection between business and science and technology. So essentially we have two missions, which is on one hand, provide business support to scientist entrepreneurs. To give you an idea, in 2024, we supported about 300 startups through one of the programs of the DeepTech Center globally, so really across all continents. And the flip side of that is actually to re-inject the learning of science and technology into the curriculum for non-scientific students. So we believe that business students or anyone with a non-technical background should still get the fundamental of science and technology if they want to be, reasonably good decision makers.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Anne McKenna. For the purposes of this conversation, I have one head and three hats. So I am the founding director of the Africa-Oxford Initiative at the University of Oxford. I'm a biochemist by background, and so the work of Africa-Oxford is to bring collaborations between Oxford University and a range of African institutions. I am also supporting global partnership at the University of Global Health Equity in Rwanda, and so I work at the ends of academic world, and with my business hat on, I am the co-founder and CEO of Research Alpha, which is an AI-driven platform that connects academic research expertise with industry needs. I'm delighted to be here.
Delighted to have you. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Durojai Phillips. I am the founder at Innovia Labs. Innovia Labs is an R&D and prototyping outfit in Lagos specifically for hardware and deep tech solutions. So we started in R&D and prototyping, and then we started a venture studio so that we can actually innovate in-house and also bring in new companies, help them build their prototype and de-risk their solutions, and then get them into the market. So that's what we do at Innovia Labs. And also I run Titan Air Mobility. I know a lot of people have heard of Joby, Archer, and all the, in quote, flying cars around. Yeah, so, but in the industry, we don't call them flying cars. We call them eVTOLs, electric vertical takeoff and landing aircrafts. So I run Titan Air Mobility. We build eVTOLs, we build ecosystems, and we build vertiports. So the goal is to make sure that in Africa we are well connected, as in using aerial mobility to connect everywhere within Africa.
Thank you and welcome to our panelists. Let me get started with a question that can get us hopefully in the right frame of mind. And maybe we'll start with you, Nawal. The first question I wanted to ask is about the trends you see today that are reshaping the innovation landscape in deep tech, especially in Africa, and then we can go from there.
Parfait. Alors, les tendances de Deep Tech, je vais m'appuyer sur le modèle MAScIR. On va dire, MAScIR, on a toujours été focus sur une R&D orientée marché, orientée industrie. Alors, le choix s'est porté à l'origine, donc en 2007, sur 3 grands pôles technologiques, à savoir la biotech, qu'elle soit végétale ou médicale, matériaux avancés et enfin tout ce qui est microélectronique. Et donc, si je prends par exemple la biotech, aujourd'hui, ça fait partie des tendances. Si je vais un peu plus dans le détail de la biotech végétale, à MAScIR, pendant 10 ans, nous avons une équipe qui a travaillé et qui est montée en compétences dans tout ce qui est microalgues marines, de la culture, la valorisation et les différentes applications. Et aujourd'hui, on a une algothèque, une bibliothèque de souches de microalgues, de 200 souches qui sont répertoriées, qui sont caractérisées et qui fit pour des applications particulières. Donc si je prends le domaine de l'agriculture, et c'est là où c'est intéressant parce que ça intéresse également d'autres pays africains, nous avons développé des biofertilisants et des biostimulants issus des microalgues marines qui vont venir renforcer le système naturel de défense et de croissance de la plante tout en préservant son environnement. Ces biofertilisants et biostimulants sont exempts de produits chimiques et ils ne sont pas concurrents aux engrais phosphatés, ils en sont des compléments. Alors, comme on est dans une logique de valoriser justement la R&D, et depuis toujours, depuis ces 15 dernières années, donc une fois que le projet était mature, nous avons créé une start-up qui s'appelle Tecalga et qui aujourd'hui produit et commercialise ce type de produits justement, qui ont donné des résultats juste exceptionnels en matière de rendement sur différentes cultures. Donc ça, c'est pour le domaine de la biotech végétale. Dans le domaine de la biotech médicale, c'est tout aussi intéressant. Nous avons une équipe qui a travaillé dès 2009 sur la mise au point de kits de diagnostic moléculaire pour des maladies prévalentes au Maroc et en Afrique. Juste pour information, pour ceux qui ne le savent pas, l'ensemble des kits de diagnostic moléculaire, toutes technologies confondues, qui sont utilisées au Maroc, que ce soit dans les CHU, dans les cliniques privées, dans les labos privés, sont importés. Alors, ils sont importés des États-Unis, d'Europe, mais également récemment de Chine, de Corée du Sud, et j'en passe. Et donc, cette même équipe de biotech médicale a travaillé, comme je vous dis, pendant une dizaine d'années pour développer une expertise. Et en 2016, on a été capable de développer des kits pour diagnostiquer la leucémie, l'hépatite C, basés sur la technologie PCR en temps réel. Et donc, on était prêts. Quand le Covid est arrivé en 2020, l'équipe, on les a challengés et l'équipe a été capable de développer un kit en l'espace de 3 semaines seulement. Non pas qu'ils étaient des génies, mais parce que justement il y avait tout un investissement en temps, en formation, etc. Et nous avons pu valider ce kit à l'Institut Pasteur de Paris, en France, et par la suite on a pu l'enregistrer au niveau du ministère de la Santé. Et on a levé des fonds et on a pu produire, pendant les 2 années de pandémie, on a produit quasi 5 millions de tests, de quoi couvrir l'ensemble du réseau du ministère de la Santé marocain, mais également, et c'est là où c'est intéressant, on a effectué des opérations d'export en Afrique, pour plusieurs pays en Afrique, à travers le CDC africain. Alors, ce qui est intéressant, c'est qu'une fois que cette brique technologique est maîtrisée, c'est facile après de la décliner à d'autres virus, d'autres pathologies, qu'elles soient infectieuses, cancéreuses. En août dernier, on a vécu une expérience intéressante pour le Mpox, la variole du singe, qui a sévi en Afrique. Et pour ce virus, en l'occurrence, on a pu pareil, développer un kit. Donc, on est quand même réactif aujourd'hui. Et on a pu développer ce kit rapidement. On a pu envoyer l'équipe à Kinshasa, à l'Institut national de recherche biologique, qui avait des échantillons pour pouvoir tester et valider le kit. Et donc, ce même kit a été donc, autorisé par validé par les autorités sanitaires africaines. Alors, l'IA, parce qu'on revient à l'IA. L'IA nous a permis, en matière de dépistage et de diagnostic, d'aller plus vite. C'est-à-dire aujourd'hui, MAScIR étant un centre de R&D pluridisciplinaire, on pousse les équipes à travailler ensemble. Et typiquement, en matière de diagnostic, on a une équipe donc de biotech médicale qui a développé un réactif pour la TB, pour la tuberculose. C'est quand même une maladie qui continue à sévir et il y a quand même 30 000 nouveaux cas chaque année au Maroc. Donc, cette équipe a développé le réactif chimique. L'équipe de microélectronique a développé un dispositif électronique qui va simuler un bain-marie et qui va permettre de diagnostiquer la tuberculose en 20 minutes, à la place au lieu des méthodes classiques qui prennent plusieurs jours. Et c'est là où l'intelligence artificielle, justement, parce que c'est un dispositif où il y a de l'IA qui est embarqué, permet d'aller plus vite dans le diagnostic. On l'a expérimenté également pour le Covid. Pour le Covid-19, grâce à la technologie de spectroscopie proche infrarouge avec de l'intelligence embarquée, on a réussi à dépister, donc c'est du screening de premier niveau du Covid-19. Donc on va venir dire si le patient est négatif grâce à l'IA et en 20 secondes seulement. Donc si on revient aux tendances, donc la biotech, évidemment, biotech médicale végétale, tout ce qui est spectroscopie proche infrarouge avec de l'intelligence artificielle qui nous a permis à MAScIR de développer des capteurs d'analyse en temps réel sans utilisation de réactifs. C'est tout l'intérêt. Et donc, on est dans une logique où ce n'est plus l'échantillon, par exemple, si je parle de l'agriculture, ce n'est plus l'échantillon qui se déplace vers le laboratoire, mais l'inverse. On est dans des dispositifs, des capteurs portatifs, connectés, qui vous donnent le résultat de manière instantanée sur smartphone et qui va venir typiquement pour les agriculteurs les éclairer et pour qu'ils puissent, ça leur donne des recommandations pour qu'ils puissent prendre des décisions rapides et efficaces.
I think it's very impressive to see the examples of an idea that goes through research and then goes into commercialization and scale outside even, MAScIR. So maybe for you, Amrik, what can we share with the audience in terms of how can organizations, public sector, private sector, businesses, collaborate effectively to build an ecosystem that supports the scaling of deep tech research here in Africa from your perspective?
So first of all, I strongly agree with that. Ecosystem is the key word for deep tech innovation. I like to think about deep tech innovation with two frameworks. The first one is as a science funnel. The second one is as system engineering. The first one, a science funnel, is, I think, critically important in the sense that even in deep tech entrepreneurship, the important part is not entrepreneurship, it's science. Meaning that you need a full stack science ecosystem that goes from, student at university up to inshallah, successful deep tech unicorn. And that means that you need a funnel that works efficiently and especially that minimizes waste. Meaning that you don't want failed deep tech entrepreneurs to be kicked out of the system. You want everyone to keep on contributing. Meaning that as a student, you can contribute to the success of existing startups, you can build your own project, you can try, you can fail. If you fail, you can try again or decide that your place is in academia and find your way back inside. So really this idea of a science funnel, which is really focusing on making sure we get all of the sources of science, whether it's from university, academia, public research organization, corporate R&D, and we take it from everywhere, and we have this funnel that works in a very integrated fashion, and everyone who steps into one of the branches can step into the other one. So that's the first one, saying like, all of the science is a focus, and if that science produces successful companies, that's a plus. And the second one is, from a system engineering standpoint, I think nobody will be surprised by the fact that deep tech is complicated, meaning that it's a very complex system. And if we want successful deep tech companies, we need a lot of things to go right. So we need actual, good science in the lab, we need efficient technology transfer, we need efficient funding mechanism, we need good business incubators, we need good infrastructure, good platforms. So it's a really, really complex system, and so that means that the system needs to be designed like a system engineer would, mean like all of the parts has to be designed in relationship to each other. And I think that's one of the key aspects where all of the African ecosystem have a very, very strong opportunity, which is in a younger ecosystem, you can actually do the co-design of the different parts, making sure that your university works from scratch by design with the incubators, with the VCs, with the CVCs, and that everyone is both co-created, co-designed from scratch with this collaboration in mind, and is co-evolving, meaning that each program, each component of the system is still being kept aware of what's happening, saying, oh, actually, if investors are changing their thesis, maybe we need to build a new program as an incubator. As a university, maybe we'll create a new track, a new master degree where our students will be able to work. And as long as all of the components keep on co-evolving, I think this is really the only recipe that works for a strong deep tech ecosystem.
It is definitely a complex recipe. Maybe, Max, let's take a step back a bit, and we do understand this is complex to have all elements of the system to go right for deep tech to succeed. But maybe we can go back and say why this is important or fundamental for Africa. So maybe you could address the question of why deep tech is critical for Africa by Africans.
Merci Amine. Effectivement, la deep tech, souvent, on l'associe à des enjeux qui sont très importants, on pourra en parler après avec des exemples très précis comme l'a fait Nawal. Mais on a du mal à associer la deep tech et l'Afrique comme l'Afrique un moteur de la deep tech. Et j'ai vraiment la conviction, et pour moi c'est même limite une évidence, que l'Afrique devient et est déjà un vrai moteur de la deep tech. Et justement, je vais m'expliquer. La deep tech, on ne l'a pas encore définie ici, mais la deep tech, en quelques mots, c'est l'ensemble des innovations technologiques, souvent qu'on qualifie de rupture, et qui requièrent des temps longs de développement, d'où la nécessité d'un écosystème, comme l'a dit Émeric. Et pourquoi? Parce que la deep tech apporte des innovations, des nouvelles solutions technologiques à des besoins qui, justement, ne trouvent pas des solutions simples ou l'assemblage de solutions simples avec les technologies existantes. Donc ça prend des temps longs. Revenons à l'Afrique, ou par rapport même au monde entier. Tout le monde entier doit faire face aux transitions en cours, au dérèglement climatique, transition énergétique, à la question de la biodiversité, et encore j'en passe. Mais pour l'Afrique, c'est une réalité d'aujourd'hui, voire depuis de nombreuses années. Donc s'il y a un continent qui appelle, non pas demain, mais qui appelle aujourd'hui des solutions viables qui vont au-delà des solutions actuelles pour résoudre les défis globaux, c'est le continent africain. Donc l'Afrique est vraiment le lieu où cette innovation deep tech doit prendre forme. Donc deep tech et Afrique est vraiment une évidence. Et l'Afrique, moteur de la deep tech, est vraiment une évidence. La deuxième question derrière ça, c'est la deep tech par l'Afrique. Comment est-ce que l'Afrique devient vraiment un moteur de la deep tech? Je repars sur l'aspect deep tech. La deep tech apporte des nouvelles innovations technologiques qui prennent du temps, qui prennent des temps longs. Pourquoi ça prend des temps longs? Parce que justement, c'est des défis et des problèmes qui sont complexes, qui ne trouvent pas de solution simple. Et par rapport à ces défis complexes, souvent, c'est interdépendant d'un écosystème, au sens de l'environnement, et donc de variables locales. Donc si une technologie est développée ailleurs, peu importe dans le monde, et importée telle qu'elle, usée telle qu'elle, et n'a pas pris en compte dès la conception la spécificité locale des géographies africaines, il y a très forte chance que, la technologie voit sa performance réellement dégradée, voire qu'elle soit totalement inutilisable sur le terrain. Il faut vraiment, dès la conception, dès le développement, travailler avec les acteurs africains, quelle que soit la géographie, pour prendre en compte la variabilité locale. Et donc on va aller encore un peu plus loin. Qui de mieux que les acteurs africains pour connaître leurs besoins, pour qualifier réellement ces besoins et pour trouver les solutions utilisables sur le terrain. Donc vraiment, Deep Tech et Afrique est une évidence, et Deep Tech par l'Afrique est une nécessité et une réalité aujourd'hui.
I like the idea of Africa as the engine of deep tech innovation. And I think as you talk about systems engineering and engines, I'm thinking about who drives that, and that's basically the individual. So maybe Anne, and I know you are in between Europe and Africa, so you have the global perspective, you have the local African perspective. What are the contributions or the role that the African R&D researcher can bring to the global scale and vice versa, from the global perspective into the needs of Africa? Because I think, you know, every engine needs a conductor, and that's basically the human talent.
Thank you for that. And I am going to piggyback on some of the comments that my colleagues have already mentioned. The way we define deep tech really is about intensity in the 3 T's, right? The high intensity in time, in talent, and in treasure, right? So treasure being the money. So let's start with the simple one, money, right? If you look at how research and development is funded across the world, in the UK, about 50 to 60%. In fact, in the UK, about 73% of our R&D costs come from the private sector. In China, in most developing nations in Asia, you're looking at 70 to 80% of the R&D costs are coming out of the private sector. In Africa, we are still about 30 to 35% coming from the private sector, and from actual local investors, maybe less than 20%. So as we look at who's funding, who's driving this, whoever puts the money normally calls the shots, right? So how do we unlock local investors in the continent to actually invest in R&D ecosystems that will power the deep tech innovation? That's, I think, a big challenge. And alongside that as well is thinking about what do we fund and how do we de-risk it enough to be able to unlock that local capital? Because, you know, the pension funds are not going to release money into some voodoo thing that they cannot make any sense of. Right? A good part of it is actually educating investors in the continent about what deep tech is, what value it creates for them, and what they get out of it. And as scientists, we are not necessarily very good at articulating that value proposition. So that's the one unique challenge and opportunity for private sector to play a role in the African R&D. The second layer of that is, of course, talent. It's been mentioned a few times here about the importance of the highly skilled talent that we need to drive the deep tech innovation ecosystem we want to see in the continent. Now, I don't think that's a uniquely African problem. I think recently at the European Innovation Summit, very similar to this, they said, you know, in 2022 that we need to train 1 million deep tech skills. And you know what they did? They went out and did it, right? So in the same way, over the last 3 years, they've worked with about 600 universities, research institutions, saying, how do we leverage what we already are doing very well at to direct that training into skills that we actually need in the here and now? I think last year's summit was brilliant in that it laid out the foundation of the deep tech ecosystem in Africa. I think this summit, our mandate is to go beyond there and think about the capabilities that we have within our research and university ecosystems to be able to see who's got what to do what, and therefore leverage that for collaboration. I think we can make it through coordination, coherence, and collaboration. And finally, very quickly, I think it's worth mentioning the issue of time. Right? We've heard, of course, that it takes a long time to develop these solutions, and we've heard from Nawal as well that AI is really transforming the R&D timelines, really crunching it to much shorter timelines than before. The one thing that we haven't been able to address well is the time it takes to actually get lab reagents into African research institutions. Right? I can use AI to reduce the amount of time I need to identify drug molecules, but how do I get the pipettes in the lab to do the lab work? It takes about 6 months to a year longer for an African research university to actually order for equipment to be able to start doing the work. And in some cases, because we don't have access to the manufacturers, it can be up to 100 100% more in cost. And then you layer that, the ports and everything else. So what I'm trying to communicate is that we do need to optimize for our time, our talent, and for our treasure. And that will have to come from Africa's itself, coordinating and having coherence within our R&D ecosystem.
The moment you said scientists aren't necessarily good at presenting their ideas, I thought of Emmerich's pivot in his career, went to culinary school.
Exactly.
Maybe that was his MBA, or to go to a culinary school to learn a little bit of presentation. And
I think that's what we all need to do.
It's probably, maybe let's go back to somebody who's trying to make it through. And the question that came through the interaction earlier, I think the funding models, policy frameworks are very critical to the success of an idea, to a commercial construct in a company. How can these funding models and policy frameworks be adapted to support and accelerate deep tech initiatives and ventures in the continent?
Okay. So, funding models and policy. I like how you put it, the time, treasure, and what's the last one? And talent. As it is, yeah, if you were to innovate today, let's say you are building a hardware solution, if you are doing a hardware solution, you are doing a hardware solution, and I am doing a hardware solution, we all have to buy the same equipment. So now, why are the three of us buying the same equipment when we could as well have gone to a lab and the equipment is available and the three of us can go to the lab and build our solutions from there? So how we can get there is that we need to think of galvanizing local laboratories. It could be hardware lab, it could be a cluster of processors for AI training, it could be a biotech lab, it could be an agri lab, so that you can safely and quickly experiment cheaply. So now that is where the talent is reducing the amount of treasure that is needed to actually come up with these kind of solutions. And then you're also reducing time because you are not importing the machines from Europe or from America. That will take you at least 6 months to 1 year for them to take your order, make the machine for you, and ship it down. Then you go and bother with customs that, hey, I want to clear this thing, and they are billing you crazily. So that is one model that we know can readily increase the amount of research done, the amount of R&Ds that is being done, the amount of startups that are coming out of Africa. We know that can increase that. So on the policy level, depending on how the policy is being drafted, these policies need to cater for the creation of all these labs. Whether it's going to be government established labs or the government is working with funding private laboratories to be created, or private organizations are creating these labs to solve their own problem first, because private organizations, they can do CSR, but they are not that kind. So they can solve their own problem first, and then the labs are also open to the public to create new solutions. So now in deepening how AI is going to help us be better, we need to create these kind of clusters. I met one Mr. Johnson while we were networking. He's creating data centers, AI-enabled data centers. Those are critical so that we can start creating our own AI models. And there is this utopian future that is in my head. I think is going to come to pass very, very soon in the next 5 years. Why we need to be able to talk and have instant translation in our local dialect. Yes. In Nigeria, we have about, I think about 200 unique tribes and with their own unique variation of their languages. We need to be able to have conversations. And this is a uniquely African thing, that across different countries, you have different tribes, different languages, like it's very, very diverse. We need to be able to use our own local resources, our own deep tech stack, our own AI stack, our own large learning models to be able to solve these problems, and then we can now be able to communicate better. And once AI is helping us do that, we can have a lot more prosperity within Africa.
I think the example that you gave around dialects and languages resonates with me. Whether it's Morocco, whether it's Nigeria, or the entire continent. I think a continent level or a national level natural language model is just an obvious opportunity for everybody in the audience to lead. And we do have the tools available to build large language models that focus on natural language that can bring to life all the richness of the different dialects and languages we have across the continent. So, and it doesn't require a lot of physical lab infrastructure, so it's still a digital infrastructure heavy effort. But I think what you said reminds me of what happened in 2006 with the advent of cloud computing, where many innovators didn't need to procure digital infrastructure anymore. They could rent it and build digitally native, multinational global conglomerates. I don't know how to do it on the physical space when it comes to physical medical labs, hospitals, things to do material science, to blow things up. But I think it's the same business model. You want to centralize the heavy lifting of procuring physical infrastructure so the scientists can focus on the novice ideas, and I think it's a complex problem to solve, but it's one that we need to solve in the way that you described.
Yes. So in essence here, what you just described is exactly what needs to be done. Apparently, that means the deep tech industry, where we're creating chips and lots of microprocessors, eventually gave birth to the digital space that we have today, such that as an innovator, you just buy AWS and you don't need to worry about setting up your own server. I think with the way we are seeing it, at the end of the day, deep tech is the core background for every single innovation that needs to happen, and we need to start early.
Yeah. I have a lot of thoughts, but I'm going to go back to questions. I don't want to be a participant. But let's go back to, I have a second set of questions, and we can go through those quickly. I think private and public partnership plays a key role. You've talked a little bit about the funding models. Commercialization is where we need to be heading, and it requires a lot of parties to play nice, to collaborate, to make that happen. So maybe, Emric, Noel, from your perspective, having been in 2 institutions that have done that, what is the role of this partnership, and how, give us examples of how these partnerships make commercialization feasible of deep tech research?
So first of all, yes, they're absolutely essential. I think what's important is to go back to the essence of a startup. The only job of a startup is to de-risk. This is why you exist. If it was not risky, it would not be a startup, and you would not need VC capital. You would just go happily to a bank, and it would be very easy to predict. So since the job is to de-risk, this is where I think it's really important when we get economists and social science in the loop. And to echo what both Anne and Philippe you said, it becomes a matter of resource optimization. And so meaning that your job as a CEO is to make arbitration between resource expenditure. And when we get into public-private partnerships, this is a way to leverage existing infrastructure. And I think infrastructure is probably going to be one of the words which is repeated a lot during those 2 days, because this is really the backbone of everything we do. And so the simple fact that we are able to optimize and to leverage existing resources, existing infrastructure, wherever they come from, has a strong impact on the de-risking and on the time management and runway management of a venture. So that's one of the really starting points, de-risking through resource optimization. And the second one is, it's customer money is always way better than any type of investment. And this is where the complexity is, which at whatever the system, you always have a lot of inertia. Public spending has a lot of momentum, corporate as well. And so we really see the only successes there when there is absolutely massive sponsorship from the top of whatever institution is behind. I guess UM6P is a great example of what the power of strong leadership from the top can bring. We see same when a government or a big corporation is involved there. So that's the only key success factor I think we can witness is getting that leadership that can trickle down and impact the system level change.
Excellent. Anything to add, Noel, quickly?
Je reviens à ce que disait Anne par rapport à la part du secteur privé dans l'investissement de la R&D. Tu parlais de pourcentages qui font rêver ici au Maroc, 70%, 80%. Alors au Maroc, malheureusement, la culture de l'innovation, et ça il faut le dire, culture d'innovation, de la recherche et développement n'est pas encore suffisamment développée. Pour ma part, ça fait 16 ans que je suis dans ce domaine et l'industriel marocain n'a pas encore compris que c'est crucial et qu'aujourd'hui, soit tu innoves, soit tu meurs. Il y a ça d'une part. On manque également on manque cruellement de financement public. Aujourd'hui, c'est des initiatives isolées, mais il n'y a pas encore, en tout cas jusqu'à il y a quelques semaines, il n'y avait pas encore une vraie stratégie de financement de la R&D. Alors, tout récemment, il y a quand même un gros budget qui a été débloqué de 1 milliard de dirhams. C'est une première dans l'histoire de la R&D au Maroc. Et c'est moitié financé par le ministère de l'Enseignement supérieur et l'autre moitié par cet écosystème, donc OCP, UM6P. Les partenariats publics-privés peuvent être très importants pour faciliter justement cette commercialisation. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, ok, c'est bien d'avoir des idées intéressantes, d'être dans de la deep tech, mais le tout, c'est d'avoir un marché. Et donc, c'est cette première commande qui est importante. Et aujourd'hui, ce type de partenariat, enfin, ces PPP peuvent aider. Et je reviens sur l'exemple de MAScIR. En plein Covid, on a pu lever une somme d'argent d'un fonds de solidarité Covid, qui nous a permis très rapidement d'installer une ligne de production, justement. On a acheté les équipements qu'il fallait et on s'est transformé de chercheurs, bio-ingénieurs en biotech médicale en producteurs de kits de diagnostic. Et ça a été possible grâce justement à ce PPP. Tout récemment, pareil, on est en train, en tout cas c'est en cours, de nouer un PPP entre l'UM6P, le ministère de la Santé marocain et l'Institut Pasteur pour que désormais tous les kits de diagnostic qui sont importés et qui existent au Maroc, en tout cas qui ont été développés par nos équipes, soient fournis et ça va nous permettre de substituer aux importations qui se font jusque-là.
Oui, et je me permets d'apporter un autre point complémentaire sur ces enjeux-là, de vraiment l'importance de ces partenariats publics-privés. C'est par rapport aux chercheurs, en l'occurrence publics, qui développent une innovation technologique. Il y a deux choses. Dans le deep tech, il y a les technologies qui sont révolutionnaires et les médias en parlent beaucoup. C'est l'arrivée de l'IA il y a quelques années, bientôt les technologies quantiques qui vont arriver. Mais la très grande majorité des innovations qui utilisent ces révolutions, c'est pour répondre à des besoins réels d'aujourd'hui, comme j'ai dit tout à l'heure. Et pour ça, il faut se rapprocher des besoins. Ça veut dire qu'un chercheur qui développe dans son coin une innovation qu'il pense être extrêmement utile pour un usager, qui ne l'a même pas questionné sur est-ce que vraiment tu en as besoin, dans quelles conditions, avec quelle performance, ça n'a pas de sens. Et donc le partenariat public-privé permet de se rapprocher de l'usager quand c'est un usage industriel et surtout d'avoir accès à la donnée. La donnée industrielle peut alimenter de manière extrêmement vertueuse tous les modèles de recherche et la génération, notamment par l'IA, de toutes les innovations qui en sortent. Donc c'est à la fois des moyens, c'est à la fois de la gestion de partenariats, mais c'est aussi de répondre réellement aux vrais besoins qui est visé.
So it's a good point. I would like to move into success stories. The private sector is incentivized by
by return on investment. So maybe we could, if you can share a couple of success stories of deep tech idea that moved into commercialization and it's been successful, because that's probably what the ingredients missing to really incentivize, especially the private sector, to say, I can make 100x, 10x. It will be 10, 15 years out, but a return could be extremely, extremely rewarding. So maybe some examples from Anne or Philips, Emmerich.
I'm very happy to share a few, and I really resonate with what the other speakers have mentioned. I think just to really circle back on that question of facilities to be able to do this research, it's very possible. I mean, the model that the UK has taken, for instance, is all these wonderful innovations are happening. I mean, we have about 590 startups that come out of our universities, but about 100 of them just came from Oxford alone. Right? And then between Oxford, Cambridge, and Imperial, almost 70 to 80% of them. And I don't think Africa should follow that model. I think it's too high of a risk. I think because of our geopolitics, sometimes we like each other, sometimes we don't. I don't think that's a real opportunity for us. I think what we could be thinking about is a distributed R&D facility where we can leverage what you've got in UM6P. Somebody else is building a drug discovery center in UCT in Cape Town. Somebody else is building something else in Institute Pasteur. Let's leverage what other people's capabilities are and grow together rather than doing those concentrated ways that Europe and the US has gone. Now, to share a couple of examples, I mean, Hutano Diagnostics is a company that we're involved with it's a Zimbabwean innovator who's developed, when a young child comes into a hospital, she's got multiple reasons why she has a fever, but we can't always tell, is it a bacterial infection, is it a viral infection, do we need to treat it for sepsis and so forth. So it's developed a really beautiful aptamer-based rapid diagnostic test where you can be able to use 20 different biomarkers to identify what it is that causes the fever, and therefore you can treat it in the right way. It's developed for Africa. There's multiple others I can show for sickle cell anemia that we funded through the Africa Oxford programs. But my biggest concern with this is that we build really wonderful innovations. We invest a lot in the de-risking the science and the product engineering, but immediately we get to the exit point, guess what happened? Like with Hutano Diagnostics, it was bought by a Cambridge company. So the benefits immediately leave after we've done all the labor. So it's like carrying a baby to full term and then somebody comes and snatches it when you're ready for them to help you out. So as we think about how we invest in that whole first set of skills and talent and research to be able to build a deep tech ecosystem, let's also think about what's the eventual outcome? What's the exit strategy? We don't have a lot of vibrant stock markets to IPO. I mean, InstaDeep is amazing, but it's an outlier, as it were, right? So what is the actual exit strategy for all these startups? Or are we building for somebody else to reap the benefits?
It's, I think an exit strategy for every startup, folks I've talked to here, is being acquired, going to IPO, and I think being acquired is more feasible than going to IPO, and we need to make sure we have a pathway to successful, scalable companies beyond IPO, not just being acquired by a bigger fish.
A ready example is InstaDeep. InstaDeep is an amazing company, and it's...
I don't know if the audience know, but if you could share more about the company.
InstaDeep is more or less an AI company. And the reason why there are not a lot of InstaDeeps in the world or in Africa today is because we've in the past neglected this investment in deep tech. In fact, I think we here right now, we are practically one of the pioneers, let me say, because 10 years ago, if you said you were in deep tech, someone would look at you like, we don't know what you're doing. But now, it's becoming a lot more fancy. So I think everyone should give themselves a round of applause for that, because for there to be a DeepTech Summit means that the ecosystem is actually growing. Now, concerning what you said about distributed infrastructure. I totally agree with that. We do not need to localize every single thing in one place. If we can do biotech better in South Africa, then biotech companies should cluster in South Africa. If we can do synthesis of new medicine better in Kenya, we can do it in Kenya. And if we have abundance of electricity in any country, because there's a lot of sun, yes, we can locate servers there so that we can run a lot of AI models from there. So yes, I totally agree with that in terms of how this can be deployed and how different nations can see what best works for them and how they can take advantage of that unique position they have in the deep tech industry.
I have one last question to ask, and I think it's related to what you said. A lot of what I'm hearing you saying, it hints towards how digital AI just has a lot more or shorter time span to value and commercialization. So maybe I'll have someone at least end with what the future holds. I think everybody seems to agree AI to be part of deep tech. AI here to be an accelerator. Where do we see that intersection, let's say in the next 5 to 10 years? Maybe I can have you, Max, and somebody else, just give us a prognostics of what we see in the future of that intersection.
La question est évidemment très compliquée, il faut faire des paris par rapport à ça. Mais évidemment, l'IA et la deep tech sont extrêmement liés, ne serait-ce que parce que ce qu'est l'IA. Et je pense que la deep tech peut beaucoup apporter à l'IA, et l'IA va déjà et apporte déjà beaucoup à la deep tech. L'IA, si on n'a pas beaucoup parlé ici, mais l'IA, c'est avant tout une approche algorithmique qui, pour la plupart, se nourrit de données. Et en fait, pour construire une IA, il faut plusieurs choses. Il faut de l'infrastructure, puissance de stockage de données, puissance de calcul et de la donnée de qualité. Ensuite, il faut des talents pour pouvoir mener ces choses-là. Et enfin, il faut des écosystèmes qui le permettent. Ce que je n'ai pas dit également dans l'infra, c'est la connectivité, qui est extrêmement importante. En fait, la deep tech apporte et construit déjà des solutions pour aller plus loin dans tous ces domaines-là. La connectivité, comment connecter toutes les géographies africaines. Là, depuis le début, même moi, j'ai beaucoup utilisé le mot Afrique, mais c'est vraiment des géographies africaines qui ont toujours des spécificités locales. Et comment connecter ces géographies? Première étape. Deuxième étape, l'IA va de plus en plus vers des agents autonomes et des écosystèmes d'agents qui interagissent entre eux pour faire des actions autonomes. Et pour ça, ça peut être de la connectivité entre agents, qui soient déportés ou non déportés, vers où on va. Et enfin, la puissance de calcul. Lorsqu'on a beaucoup de données qui sont de qualité pertinente, on en aura de plus et de plus et encore plus. Il faut pouvoir calculer rapidement pour adapter rapidement la force et la performance des IA. Par exemple, les calculs quantiques qui arriveront possiblement dans 10 ou 15 ans, on verra. L'autre avantage, c'est pourquoi l'IA apporte à la deep tech. Comme l'a très bien dit Nawal au début, la deep tech, donc la recherche en général, c'est prendre un défi, un objet d'étude, faire des hypothèses, faire des itérations expérimentales de modélisation pour confirmer l'hypothèse, acquérir la connaissance et aller plus loin. Et en fait, l'IA, à travers une certaine autonomie pour générer des hypothèses, pour exécuter des tâches d'itération et comprendre la validation de l'hypothèse, peut vraiment accélérer de plus en plus le cycle. Et on va commencer à avoir des agents autonomes, des écosystèmes autonomes qui vont eux-mêmes itérer ces hypothèses-là pour aller encore plus loin. Donc pour ça, évidemment, c'est, je pense, pas plus que dans 1 ou 2 ans que ça va être mis à l'échelle dans certains laboratoires. Et après, à voir comment ça va influer sur 10 ans. Je vais donner la parole à mes collègues pour compléter.
Music to my ears. Anybody can predict, and then we'll hold your name to that prediction.
I'm not going to pretend that I can see the future.
Okay.
But there's because of the rapid change of the technology, things are very uncertain and very unpredictable, which is very exciting space to be in. But the one thing that will remain true, no matter what technology comes in, is that we need this to be people-centered. It needs to start with people. It needs to be centered around people's needs. It needs to be centered around African priorities. The one thing that I hope when we meet here next year, we will completely have changed is the fact that only 11% of deep tech founders in Africa have PhDs. Globally, that's about 50 to 60%. So I hope we can all commit to the Africa 100 agenda. And next year, we come here and we have at least 20% more.
Excellent.
The next thing I hope we can all commit to is that 90% of those founders are men.
Correct.
So the next meeting we meet here, I can't predict 10 years, but next year when we meet here, let's have raised that number to at least 20%, and then the year after, at least 50%.
Amen.
If we can all commit to that, I think we can move at pace.
I'm going to be yelled at, but I do want to get everybody's interaction, especially this is what I do every day, and at least to hear from deep tech researchers how the integration of the two, I'm very, very interested in, selfishly. So even if they yell at me, I would like to hear from all of you.
Pardon. So seeing the future, we are seeing quantum computing come in the fray.
Correct. That's right.
We have already seen how AI can be disruptive. We are now putting AI into bodies, which are robots, and we have embodied AIs, which Elon Musk is pushing, Figure AI is pushing. Now we are adding quantum computing into the fray. In a figurative sense, we are putting, in quotes, a god in a bottle. Now we need to rethink how we need to approach the problems that we need to solve, because you have almost an infinite solution to humankind's problem in a bottle, practically in your app on your phone. So now, I'm imploring us to rethink how we are approaching the problems that we are solving, how it is right now, considering what AI is doing and what we are doing with robotics. What is going to come next is quantum computing, how quantum computing adds to that fray, and we now build for that future, so we are not obsolete in the next 5 years.
Alors, par rapport à cette idée de futur et d'imaginer comment sera le futur, moi je pense, on le voit, la deep tech, c'est chronophage, c'est budgétivore. Il faut être patient, il faut avoir les reins solides pour financer. Mais je pense qu'au-delà de ça, il faut qu'on soit dans une logique où, quand on se projette en Afrique, il faut que le citoyen africain fasse confiance à son concitoyen africain. Il faut qu'on arrête aujourd'hui d'avoir ce réflexe rapide et naturel de recourir, enfin, d'importer des solutions innovantes, toutes prêtes, et de venir les adapter à son pays d'origine. Il faut au contraire recourir à de la R&D locale. On parlait de talents, eh bien, investissons dans nos talents, construisons un savoir et un savoir-faire qui va nous permettre justement d'aller plus loin dans la scalabilité industrielle et surtout de renforcer, ce qui est très important aujourd'hui, cette sécurité sanitaire, alimentaire, énergétique, plus globalement technologique dont on parle, et de renforcer cette souveraineté continentale. Je ne parle même pas du Maroc, aujourd'hui on parle vraiment de l'Afrique.
So maybe this is, thank you Nawal, I think you give me the right segue to end the panel discussion here, and to end it on notes that really combines everything we've talked about. Adopting a builder mindset in the continent. We have our own unique perspectives on the problem that we face in the continent. We have a unique perspective of the global challenges, and we need to have a builder mindset to solve them our way. And the path forward is to invest in deep tech ventures and initiatives, in science and technology. AI is here to be an enabler. It's a disruptor, but at the core of it is an enabler to traditional methods of doing R&D, and we should adopt that. But I think if I have to leave everybody here, let's build for our continent. Let's solve our own problems. Let's leverage technology and ideas from around the world, but let's build unique solutions for ourselves here.
I would like to thank everyone. I know you've traveled from around the world. Thank you for being here with us. Thank you for your perspectives to the audience. And hopefully we get to see you next year and continue to see your contribution to the space. And I would like to also thank the audience for stepping forward, and we will have time with the panelists to interact with for the next 10 minutes, hopefully after we. So another, one round of applause for the audience and for the panelists. And hopefully we'll look forward to the conversation with everyone in the next day and a half. Thank you so much, everybody.
I know that you're scattered across or around the auditorium. Please, if you don't mind, kindly move down. And those of you who are just walking in, do us the honors of moving right down in the auditorium. Thank you so much. Thank you. Kindly, please move down. Thank you so much. We start in 2 minutes. We start in 2 minutes. Kindly, please move down if you can. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we start in 1 minute. If you could kindly settle down, we start in 1 minute. We have a 2-part fireside chat, so we may humbly ask you, those of you who are upstairs just walking in, please also just mention to your colleagues that our session is just about to begin. So if you could just mention out in the lobby, our session is just about to begin, that would be great. Thank you so much. We start in a minute. All right, and if I may kindly ask our wonderful crew, if you could kindly have those doors closed, please. If you could close the 2 main doors. Please join us. No, come in, join us, settle down. Our conversation will start in 30 seconds. Please come in, settle down, and we will start. All right. And so to make sure that I do have an audience in the house, can we have a round of applause? Now, I want the room to feel as if it's full, so can we make it a little louder? Wow. Anything is possible, and we didn't even need AI for that. But ladies and gentlemen, you're very welcome. This is a 2-part fireside chat, which is integral because we all eat, we all thrive on food. Our health really depends on planetary health. And so this 2-part fireside chat really looks at how deep tech can help to more or less circumvent the impact on agriculture. And when I say impact, I'm talking about climate change. I'm talking about elements in our environment that we almost seem to think we cannot control. But we're here to understand exactly how that can be controlled with deep tech. Now, CGIAR is a global network of research institutions working at the cutting edge of agricultural innovation for food security, climate adaptation, and poverty reduction. And I have none other but the Director Digital Transformation Accelerator for CGIAR, Ram Dulipala. Ram, you're here because, as I said before, we all eat, we all have to thrive, we all literally can only survive if of course, our planet is healthy, or if our food is clean and healthy. But we can't really say that it's always healthy because climate change is upon us. So let's jump straight into the essence of CGIAR. I know that the organization has deep experience building agricultural research ecosystems. But, you know, AI has come up, and this conversation is all about AI. How are you leveraging AI and deep tech to accelerate breakthroughs in climate-resilient crops and food systems? Ram, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Anita. Let me just add a slightly another dimension to this. So, you know, agriculture is quite interesting. On one hand, agri-food systems, they are impacted negatively by climate change. At the same time, agri-food systems also contribute to climate change. You see where we are going with this, yeah?
Wait, hang on a second. Say that again.
Okay.
They are impacted by climate change, but at the same time, they impact.
Yeah, they are also cause of climate change.
They're also the cause.
Exactly.
Explain that.
Yeah. Okay, just to give you an example. Suppose, you know, it's not as if agriculture is completely nature positive. Like when you grow an acre of rice, say, right? You consume a lot of water, right? You apply fertilizer. Fertilizer, when you apply on a flooded field of paddy, gives out a lot of you know, CH4 emissions, right?
Yeah.
So in some ways, I mean, this is the statistic. I don't have it at the top of my number. The agri-food systems are attributed to cause about 25 to 28% of the global greenhouse gas emissions, right? So so not only is agriculture sort of contributing to climate change, but agriculture also is impacted by climate change. So it's like a vicious cycle, right? Yeah. So, you know, the opportunity for AI and deep tech is this, right? On one hand, agri-food systems are an important source of livelihood for huge amounts of population in the global south, right? So you can't just decide one day that, you know, agriculture is causing climate change, so therefore I'll not do agriculture, because there are people dependent on it for their livelihood, and more importantly, there are populations like us dependent on the food, the output that comes from that, right? At the same time, we also know that climate change is increasingly making agriculture a very risky craft, so to say, right? So you also need climate smart crops as well as climate smart agricultural practices, so that some of the agricultural food systems or the agricultural livelihoods are protected or resilient to the climate change, right? So that then becomes a very interesting problem with very different competing priorities, right? So this is where artificial intelligence, deep tech can play a transformative role. So what, like, you know, agriculture, agri-food systems as a sector generates a lot of data, right? But the problem is there is data that comes from the farm, right? About, you know, when the farmer has sown, what is the stage of the crop. Then there is data from the environment, because fundamentally a farmer grows his or her crop on a piece of land. And that land, the biggest asset for a farmer is the environment, the soil, the climate, right? So there is a lot of data that the climate and the environment generates. And then fundamentally, if you think about it, what does a farmer do? He or she uses his or her resources, converts a seed into a grain, and that grain basically then gets traded into a market, and from the market it goes through multiple intermediaries, and finally it comes onto your plate, right? Yeah. So there is so much that happens between the farmer and what gets consumed on your plate, which means there is so much of data that you basically are generating, right? Now, to sort of come up with those those pathways to transition agri-food systems to a point where they are protecting the livelihoods and the food security, but at the same time, they are minimalizing their environmental footprint, requires a lot of system thinking and modeling. This sort of very complex modeling of multi-dimensional, multi-timescale horizons isn't possible in a human way. That's where you need cutting-edge capabilities of AI, deep tech to sort of model these complex scenarios and sort of really help our policymakers to identify those policy interventions which lead to equitable outcomes. If you give me a minute, I'll also tell you how sometimes inadvertent policy decisions, sometimes when policy decisions lead to inadvertent outcomes, right? I come from India, okay? India is a country where from the 1980s onwards, to sort of address our issues of food insecurity, we promoted a lot of cultivation of rice and wheat, right? Fast forward 30, 40 years today, we are surplus in terms of wheat and rice, but there are other sorts of perverse outcomes that we are experiencing. Like, we consume so much of these rice and wheat that today we are beginning to see some health implications in the form of type 2 diabetes, right? And secondly, paddy is a very water intensive crop, and sometimes paddy is also grown in places which are not ecologically suitable for paddy cultivation. All this can be somehow linked to some of the policy interventions that the government at that point sort of rolled out in the right spirit. But it is these kinds of complex modeling scenarios that AI and deep tech can sort of help us address.
I'm listening, and I like that you kind of bring the Indian dimension, because it just helps us to see where and how we may want to replicate or where we do not want to copy. Bringing it to the concept of hopefully being able to project Africa as an agricultural powerhouse, if I may put it that way. How do you balance the need for scalable innovation with local relevance, especially when introducing AI-powered tools in diverse agroecological contexts?
No, absolutely. You see, we create all these fantastic tools and technologies in our labs, right? Ultimately, the adoption and the consequent impact that can be created through these tools only happens when you are able to localize a tool or an app for the local context. And this is where I'd also like to refer to one of the programs that CJR runs. It's called Accelerate for Impact Platform. In fact, if you are more interested, you can also check them out in the booth, yeah. So what these guys do is they really try to link up global science with the local context, right? So the local context represented through local entrepreneurs who are very well aware of the local context and the problem, but looking for some cues from the global science to sort of then package a solution that really is a fit for purpose in the local context. Probably a classical example for me to refer to is, I think the A4IP ran a challenge program called AgriTech for Morocco, and there was a startup called PCS Agri, which also coincidentally has a small booth outside. You'll see that how some of these innovations that are embedded within these local startups can actually benefit, have still found a way to contextualize global solutions, but then it'll not happen on its own. That's where you need some sort of an institutional frameworks or programs like A4IP to sort of facilitate that process.
Speaking of which, do we have any agri-tech startups in the house? Anybody in agriculture? Anybody pursuing? Yeah, okay, we've got one or two. Now, I'm eager, particularly because in your profile, I know that you've dabbled in both private and public sector, and I just want to kind of go off the cuff here. With this burgeoning movement of African startups now pursuing agri-tech, etc., where do we find our true power? Where do we find empowerment, if you want to call it that? How does private sector and public sector, either together or individually, come to encourage this movement of startups?
Again, a great point. So, I generally like speaking in terms of analogies. So allow me to use an analogy here.
By all means.
Yeah. So, this is my classic example. You take public infrastructure as an analogy. You have the road outside, right? The road is generally built by public sector, like a municipality or the government, right? But the cars that ply on those roads are actually built by private sector. The theory is the public sector should be creating foundational infrastructure, right? And ensure that that foundational infrastructure is equitably accessible to everyone, right? Yeah. But to solve the actual real world problems, the individual problems that people will have, perhaps the public sector has huge responsibilities and they do not have sufficient attention span to really carve out the specific customer personas and then start going about figuring out a problem in a way that it becomes a sustainable business. That drive is better with a private sector entrepreneur, right? If you take the same analogy and apply it to something like a digital agriculture, personally, I think public sector should be investing in foundational infrastructure like internet connectivity, telephone connectivity, ensure that mobile data is accessible, right? Or maybe I know a lot of startups look for a lot of data, right? So maybe that's the role of the public sector, creating those digital public goods. The private sector, they are probably better, have a greater comparative advantage at identifying a problem, using some of this available publicly funded resources, creating fit for purpose solutions and creating sustainable business models out of it, right? Now, will this happen automatically? Will it happen organically? The answer is a big no. It hasn't happened in the West. It certainly, I don't think, will happen in the global South, right? So that's where I think as ecosystem builders, perhaps someone like a UM6P or someone like a CGIR, as someone like an ecosystem builders, we are sort of the bridge, right? We need to sort of bring about that sort of very futuristic thinking in terms of, okay, what is it that we as the ecosystem builders need to do and invest in, which then brings this public sector and private sector intersection, not in a very supply-driven way, but it happens in a very organic way, right? So you can use instruments like incubators. So how do you bring incubators? How do you do some policy dialogues so that you bring a meeting of the minds of the public and private sector, so on and so forth, if you know, you know what I'm sort of alluding to.
I know exactly what you're talking about, Ram, and I'm going to put you on the spot once again, only because you so effortlessly and beautifully, described the value chain of the farmer to the plate. Now let's go and talk about the farmers, because obviously we cannot, pretend we exist in a bubble. They are also important. What would be our role in involving the farmers who, if I understand what you said, are actually the beginning of this process, if that makes sense. We're talking about deep tech, and with all due respect, at the end of the day, how does it translate to the farmer?
Absolutely, yeah. No, again, a brilliant question. You see, again, sorry to, so, I always was inspired by this quote from the founder of Wade, a startup. He says, fall in love with the problem, not the solution. Even we might be speaking all this fancy AI deep tech. I understand it's a great new capability, a new frontier for the human imagination today, right? But we shouldn't be working in a way that we are trying to find a problem in search of we should be searching for a solution for a problem, not the other way around, right? So personally, I think a great startup which really can create an impact will be something that starts with the farmer first. Like if you look at the founder profiles of most of the agri-tech startups, these are mostly people who grew up in urban areas, had a tech career, now look at, okay, agriculture is looking interesting, so you start dabbling with it. I've never seen a farmer saying that, okay, this is my life.
Yeah.
I know that's something in technology. Can I take this opportunity and create a business out of it? Unless and until you see more of this grassroots and bottoms-up digital enabled innovations, I think we'll continue to struggle with this situation where you have a great, beautiful startup, great technology, product looks good, but somehow when it hits the ground, you never will find that it's either not sustainable or perennially dependent on philanthropic funding just to keep the lights going, right?
Yeah.
So somewhere something fundamentally has to change, and perhaps, I'm myself lost for answers, like what is it that we need to do to sort of flip that innovation process? How can we make farmer more central to that innovation development process? So farmer shouldn't be sort of at the end of that beta testing of your product. The problem articulation has to start with the problem. And for that, sometimes it's necessary that some of these farmers, progressive farmers, themselves become sort of agri-tech founders with some tech people from the tech industry.
One of the things I'm most attracted to your, of course, your portfolio is having a good sense of what's happening in Asia. And now, living in Nairobi, Kenya, now beginning to also have a good sense of what's happening in Africa. Ram, where do we borrow Asia's blueprint?
Okay, as far as digital innovations goes, I suppose.
Of course.
Okay. See, I think what Asia has done well, especially the public sector in Asia has done well, is, they have these digital infrastructures like mobile data, the telecom connectivity. The governments, I think, have done a fantastic job of crowding in a lot of private investment and ensuring that some of these, foundational infrastructure becomes very, very affordable. Perhaps that's where in Africa I still do feel that things like mobile internet, mobile calls, etc., are slightly more expensive. I think probably that is something that if you fundamentally bring down the cost of the foundational infrastructure, I think you'll see organically that more innovators will try and create affordable innovations. Right now, the cost, the entry barriers in Africa are slightly on the higher side. Therefore, naturally, the innovations that come out also are catered to a small section of farmers who can afford those innovations. But I think we need to bring the cost of our foundational infrastructure on the lower side. And apart from that, of course, I think Asia and Africa have a lot of commonalities in terms of our characteristics, like 80% of smallholders in India are smallholders. That's the case in Africa. We have very similar agroclimatic zones. So there's a lot of learning that we can learn from each other. But fundamentally, I think one thing probably Asia has done slightly better is we've brought the cost of our foundational infrastructure much better. I think that is a real innovation that's probably needed more in Africa.
Ram, we go to talk about international partnerships, right? I mean, you walk out into the displays and you see all these people easily over 50 nationalities here at UM6P for the DeepTech Summit. We're all looking for the opportunities to collaborate. We're all looking for some kind of investment, etc. But let's really focus on the role of international partnerships in ensuring that deep tech solutions are inclusive, equitable, and driven by the needs of smallholder farmers. How do we pursue this role? How are we able to identify, even the right partnerships? Because we also have a lot of startups here. How do we find those partnerships and identify them?
Yeah. I mean, that's again, you need a lot of intermediaries to sort of facilitate this process. So you need platforms, like I think DeepTech is a fantastic platform. So you need these sorts of networking partnerships for you to sort of potentially understand what's happening in the other countries. But beyond that, organizations like CGIAR, or for that matter, even A4IP again, we are sort of positioning ourselves as some sort of a clearinghouse, right? So we are the people, as fortunately for us, we as an organization, we have our network all across the global south. We have our networks in Asia, Southeast Asia. We have our networks in India, now in Africa, West Africa, and including in some locations in the global north. So we do have a comparative advantage. So through our network, we are positioning ourselves as some sort of a not-for-profit clearinghouse with the knowledge bank or the knowledge base of what's happening globally. And because we are, by our DNA, a research organization, we just don't sort of create all those case studies. We also will make an effort to collect the data, build evidence on the relevance of these case studies. So then going forward, like a startup in Morocco has, say, a great technology, perhaps they are thinking that, okay, my technology is probably relevant somewhere in Laos, but who do I reach out to? How do I reach out there? I mean, that is where someone like a CGIAR could be a potential entry point into some of those alternate geographies. Not only will we potentially help you find some of those local networks there, but we can also sort of help you using our own scientific depth. We can also help you sort of unpack your idea a bit more, evaluate your idea a bit more, and also help you really evaluate whether your solution is really fit for purpose in the geographies that you're considering.
Beautiful. I'm not going to release you just yet. Do we have any questions from the audience? Any questions at all for Ram on this topic of deep tech in agriculture on the continent? Anybody at all? Counting down. Okay. Can we kindly have a microphone to the gentleman? A little bit of light in the audience so we can see his face. And kindly mention your name, where you're from, what you're working on, and before you go to the question for Ram. So a little bit of light for the audience so I can see the wonderful face of the person who is going to make that contribution. Charlotte, are you going to come for a microphone for me? Thank you so much. A round of applause for Charlotte, helping us, please.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Charlotte. I really appreciate it. So there's a gentleman. Please keep your hand up for us. So Ram, I'm very eager also, eventually when we finish off, your thoughts on why this conversation is crucial, now, after the intervention from the floor. Can we have some lights in the audience, please? Can we have some lights so we can see him? Some light, please. Un peu de lumière, s'il vous plaît.
Hello, my name is Obiabuchi Nana. I'm from Nigeria.
Please, could you please stand up for us kindly so that our audience can see who is speaking? Thank you so much. Go ahead, please.
Okay, my name is Obiabuchi and I'm from Nigeria. And I'm currently working on how to use natural language processing to enhance portfolio management. So you talked about inclusive deep tech, and I understand to build a tailored solution, a deep tech solution for Africa, we need data, and AI is as good as the data you put in it, okay? So is there any, in your organization, do you have a way of having an open source data that people can have access to build solutions that are tailored to farmers within the African concept?
Thank you so much. Wonderful question. Please go ahead, Ram. You can go ahead.
A great question. So you're absolutely right. So, you know, CGIAR, by our definition, we are meant to, so all our data is by definition meant to be open source. So most of our data should be available. But we as an organization in the 40 years, have we done a good job of managing the data and maintaining the data and, you know, putting the data out there in a way so that it is AI ready and useful to entrepreneurs like you? Probably that is where we are also, you know, one of my tasks as an interim director for the digital transformation is to really help the organization package our legacy data as well as put in place systems so that all the data that we are collecting in the course of our work becomes AI ready, right? So we are in the process of doing it. But, you know, I'd just like to give you some clue, right? So this is going to be a challenge for African challenges, especially for natural language processing, where you need a lot of training data to build language models that speak the African lingo, right? Lingo, yeah. This is going to be a challenge, but I can give you an example. Like what India did was, you know, in India, Government of India has a project called Bhashini, wherein today it's able to handle about 13 or 14 of the Indian languages. Now, collecting the data on these 13 or 14 languages is a challenge. So Government of India used a very innovative citizen science approach. That is, they found citizen volunteers who were then basically taken through a process wherein the citizen volunteers were sort of speaking, providing a lot of their data, which then became a basis for training a language model. So I think in Africa also somehow, you know, if we have to crack this problem of collecting data for the African languages, there's no other way but we need to start engaging citizens in the science process. So the citizen science, I think, is going to be that magic wand, which will really help us bridge that data gap for Africa.
Such a powerful question. Thank you so much. Do we have any more questions for Ram? Anybody else with any questions at all? All right. So no, but I do believe that, you know, this whole thing of data is so crucial. And of course, Africa is 54, 55 countries. Within the country, about 100 different dialects. So yes, of course, that data and how we collect it, in which language it's best understood, will be a challenge that we probably have to pursue. Ram, as you take leave of us, as I asked before, your last words, why is this conversation crucial and critical at this time for the continent of Africa?
Well, I think what we are just experiencing is just a teaser. There's a lot to come. And if we don't put the right guardrails, right policies, right strategies in place, I'm afraid we will go into a world which we might not like. So now is the time. Now is not the time just to meet, but now is the time to decide and take concrete actions so that the world where generative AI becomes like very, very normal isn't a world where it leads to a lot of inequities, a lot of perverse outcomes. So now is the time to foresee all that and ensure that we put all the right guardrails, the right policies, the right institutions, so that we don't lead to perverse outcomes as there are real dangers of it happening.
And it's so interesting, if I may say, with over 20 years experience across public and private sectors, where you previously led digital agriculture at, is it ICRICAT? Yes?
ICRICAT.
And co-founding the IHA platform that, you know, mentored 20+ ag tech startups, it's probably also a great time for you to literally restart your career, because this is a whole new force and a whole new change that is happening.
So are you asking me to join one of the startups here?
Why not? Oh, everyone, please give a round of applause to Ram Dulipala, Director, Digital Transformation Accelerator for CGIAR. And you've got a booth outside. And if any of you want to be able to interact with him to find out exactly more, please do that. Ram, thank you so much for your time. I really, truly enjoyed it.
Thank you.
All right. And don't forget your bag is at the back. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for Ram. Thank you, Ram. All right. You may go. Thank you so much. Yes, indeed. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we stay in the same purview. We stay talking about the future of food systems, talking about the future of planetary health, encouraging, of course, for this open dialogue, because at the end of the day, what we are knowing and what we are coming to terms with is that climate change is disrupting global food systems. And of course, with increasing frequency and severity through drought, we're seeing it across the continent, through heat waves, through soil degradation, through unpredictable yields, and it's happening whether we like it or not. And that's why these professionals, these extraordinary speakers today have a lot to share. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to bring onto the stage an experienced innovation leader and operations research engineer with a strong background in supply chain optimization, digital transformation, and strategic development. He currently serves as Chief Innovation and Ambidexterity Officer at OCP Africa. Please warmly welcome Mr. Nabil Sihamou. Of course, as I said before, Chief of Innovation and Ambidexterity Officer, OCP Africa. Nabil, please take, a louder round of applause, yeah. Nabil, let me turn this on for you. Wonderful. So, Nabil, let me just start off first of all from OCP Africa. Okay, I know that you are uniquely positioned at the intersection of innovation, inclusion, and impact. Why is OCP Africa's role currently crucial in this conversation on deep tech and agriculture or food systems?
Okay, so first of all, let's try by doing business in Africa. Okay. It's a little bit different than doing business in different country, in different region in the world. So sometimes we need to handle some scope outside of main scope. Like we need to go to see financial access, we need to see logistics, we need to see also education. So for that, OCP Africa is created to have a focus to the farmer, and to have really information on the ground. So for that, it's really important to, in OCP Africa, to have this close relationship with the farmer. Now, let's say, what is the relation between technology in Africa? If we take some statistic about the World Bank and about agriculture in Africa, we will find that we are really very, very late. And in order to bridge this gap, we could not do it normally if we are following the same way, the standard way. Sure, we will continue to be late. So the idea, we need to use the high tech much more than European, than American. Even if we use it at the same way, the gap, yes, could be reduced, but it could not be really neutralized. So for that, the only enabler that we have, and it's low cost, it's the high tech. So for that, we need to use optimally the high technology to optimize performance in the agriculture in Africa. So this is the question of why we need to use deep tech in Africa.
You know, I would never have thought about it that way. We are so far behind. If we want to catch up, our only solution is deep tech.
Exactly. I will give you an example. Even now in Africa, even if let's take the example of the World Cup in Morocco. So we don't have the best player in the world, but we have used technology to analyze how the player on the ground are playing. And given this statistic, we could reduce the gap between Moroccan team and all other international team. And if you ask our coach, he will tell you that technology has played really a critical role to reduce the gap between Morocco and other team. It's exactly the same in agriculture.
You've given me a secret, so now I'm going to take it to the black stars in Ghana and tell them Morocco is winning because of technology.
Maybe, but maybe we switch to another technology.
Something else, we will never catch up. But it's a beautiful way of describing exactly how you catch up or how you become better than your competition, if I may put it that way.
Exactly.
You know, when I think of OCP, I'm also thinking of the significant investments in innovation ecosystems that you have made as an organization. How is your organization rethinking agricultural transformation in order to address food security challenges and perhaps even long-term planetary health?
Yes, so thanks for the question. Actually, within OCP Africa, we strongly believe that we could not manage these two topics separately and they are not competing. So we need to find solution on the same time for managing the food security and long-term planetary soil. I will give you an example. One of the key projects that we have done is to build in a solution georeferencing soil mapping. Imagine now, today, OCP Africa with our partner in OCP ecosystem, we have the information, real and statistical, about the situation of the soil of more than 54 million hectares in Africa. Wow. So when we did these studies with the specific tools and we get this information, we know how the nutrient in soil in Africa has been decreased. In what is the impact of the climate change? Wow. So when we know that, it's like human. When the first thing when you go to the doctor, you should do analysis in order to know which vitamin that you are missing, and when you know it, you know what you should do. So at this moment, OCP Africa and OCP ecosystem has created very customized solution in order to cover all nutrient that is missed and impacted from climate change. That is the power of technology. Do you imagine? This solution has been done by both on the ground, but we could not cover 54 million hectares on the ground, but with sample and right sample and using a georeference statistical forecast, we could cover all this area, and we have really created a very specific customized solution. So at the end, I would like to highlight one point, it's important. Usually we heard customized product, customized portfolio in order to increase sales. But in this situation, the main challenge, it was not really yes, sure, we have the ambition to increase sales, etc. But when we customize our product, we find the right fertilizer, we give in the right nutrient to different soil in the region. Let's take an example of Nigeria. Just for one country, we have created more than 14 customized solution. So this is the mindset of OCP Africa. Sure, we could not change the climate change, unfortunately, because we hope that, but at least we could mitigate the impact. We could secure much more food security. So in this mindset, we are working on OCP Africa with our partner in the ecosystem and also outside the ecosystem.
So Nabil, hang on a second. I'm really enjoying this
thank
lesson.
You. Me also, thank you.
I'm enjoying this lesson, and I just want you to clarify something for me. You have a choice to solve climate change, or you have a choice to solve what climate change will impact by understanding what the different needs of these soil, as you said, the soils are. So then by giving the soil the necessary nutrients to combat the impact of climate.
Exactly.
I'm a good student. I'm a good student. I'm perfect. No, but I like this because then what you are also saying is no matter where you go in Africa, once you're able to identify the soil that you have in your database, you are also able to recommend Is that what you'll be able to do?
Exactly. Just one point, we could not reduce the effect 100%, but at least we reduce the impact. We know, for example, let's take a Moroccan that he goes to live in Europe, and he doesn't face a lot of sun. So if he spends 1 year, 2 years, he will find that he is missing vitamin D.
Right.
So if he doesn't take the vitamin D enough, so his health, it will not be good.
Yeah.
So it's exactly the climate change impact the soil in terms of nutrients, in terms of acidity. So if we didn't do right action, so the soil, it will not be in good health for the present and also for the future. That's what you said exactly. Once we know the situation of the soil in different regions, in OCP Africa, in OCP ecosystem, we are developing customized solution. That's something we are really doing it very well, and our roadmap in all the OCP group will go again much more further in this orientation.
I truly appreciate it. Nabil, you had said earlier on that rather than deal with all the problems at the same time, you separated it, right? You separated food security challenges from long-term planetary health. Is that what you had said?
So actually, we are saying that we are creating both.
Yeah.
Because when we are improving the health, soil health, we are also increasing the yield.
Yeah.
And it means when we, actually, I will give you just some statistics. With this customized solution, many times we increase the yield by 20%. Wow. So it means for the same surface, we are producing much more 20%. So it's contribute in food security. So this customized solution is solve in parallel both problems. Yes. Mitigate the impact of the climate change and also increasing food security.
Beautiful. So in your role as Chief of Innovation and Ambidexterity, how do you balance building solutions for today's farmers while investing in the next generation technologies, of course, AI, biotech, and any advancements that you can talk about?
Sure. I think we are in the group of OCP, and now our DNA, it's much more boosted in terms of this ambidexterity intuition. All time, we need to fix the present, and we need to look on the futures. Yes. So what we are given OCP Africa, it has in this way several years ago, even in the beginning, because doing business in Africa, it requires to go outside of your business scope. For example, you need to go to education sometime. You need to go outside to go to financial access. You go really outside business. Someone who see what we are doing from first view, maybe he will think that it's out of scope, but not really. Because when we do project like AgriBooster, DemoPlot, and many other projects, we are both boosting sales and unlocking demand. Just one information, more than 80% of farmers are not using fertilizer in Africa. So do you imagine the potential of the market if it's unlocked, how it will be increased? 80% of agriculture in Africa is not using fertilizer. It's one of the most important vitamin of the soil.
I'm happy that you brought in this conversation about farmers as well, because I'm eager to know that you know, Africa is diverse, right? And so you are also dealing with diverse farmers and diverse, farming landscapes. How are you sure, and how do you make sure that the digital tools and technology is not just, accessible, but really truly empowers the farmers or empowers the farming landscapes?
Okay. Actually, it's a really crucial question in digital deployment in Africa.
Yeah.
We strongly believe that deployment could not be top-down approach. Okay. It's sure. Sometimes top-down approach could work.
Yeah.
But in Africa, not in our continent, it's not easy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We need to take care about the culture. We need to take care about the context, about information. I will just give you some information. Sometime when I am visiting some countries in rural area, the connectivity is 54%. Sorry, 25%, just sometime.
Sometimes, yeah.
So if we are building an application and we don't care about the offline, so it's not sure that it will be deployed at the end. So many times with our partner, we deploy a future application, and on the ground we discover that there are some issue of the language, like Ram discussed. The question of the connectivity, we are really trying to adjust the solution. And we strongly believe that also the artificial intelligence will play a key role in order to help the farmer to create to solve his issue. And many times we are in discussion with them. We actually, in digital, do you know, sometimes you can imagine the product, you can imagine the solution, but at the end user has the right solution. Just to discussing with him, with small farmer, he give you a solution that could be really high added value. And it happens many times for us that we bring some idea from the farmer and we deploy it. It's also another way to secure that your solution that you are deployed, it will be integrated at the end.
Like I did to Ram, I'm going to do it to you too. I'm just going to go off topic, but I'm going to stay in your...
You make me scared.
I'm just going to stay in your purview, because one of the things that I read up about OCP Africa, which for me is also crucial, is how you support youth and women in agripreneurship and sustainable livelihoods. You know, it's one thing that is very, very crucial. And why?
Do you know the place of the woman in agriculture in Africa? It's really very, very important.
Really?
For that we called Mama Africa.
Yeah.
So in our project in OCP Africa, in many times we have a special program dedicated to the woman, and it gives a lot of good result. So we are caring about this dimension in different topic, and all time the dimension of woman is really present, and in many time she has played a key role, not only in execution but also in leadership on the farming, in the village, etc. So yes, sure. It's a key component in our strategy also.
Yep. The OCP Africa strategy also looks at, like you're talking about the women, empowering them, etc. Nabil, how do you manage between ensuring that the farmers are educated, for them to understand why OCP is important, for them to understand why your interventions are important? How do you manage that?
Okay. So hopefully we have different channel. One of the most important channel is we called Agri Booster. So the idea, we have a good partnership with cooperative, and through this cooperative we are organized many training. Okay. And now the good news, with UM6P we are developing digital farming school. It's really an innovative idea. It's exploration that could have the impact. Now we see digital school here in Morocco, what we call the 1337. Now we start to have to harvest the result. It's the same with this digital farming school. Now we are soon we will start in Côte d'Ivoire. And the idea that we will make the information useful and easy to be accessed by anyone in this in different country. And also the objective is to build and to form also some leader and some expert in agriculture.
Yeah. So if you don't walk into a farm, you don't walk into a farmer's life and say, here, take this and use it. You involve them in the whole process.
Exactly, exactly.
Which is also very important for farmers where they are to understand and appreciate the technology. Because sometimes, you were talking about DeepTech very easily, we're talking about AI. Sometimes there's a little bit of fear that, the technology will perhaps replace us.
Exactly. But thanks to the trust that we have built from several years, and they see that many times we arrive to each region, we have some strategy to cover different area. We see that OCP Africa is not only for business development, it's really important. OCP Africa, it's also for agriculture development. We are not only focusing on increased sales. We are trying to increase the best practice of agriculture because we strongly believe if we create added value and we help to develop the agriculture, at the end, our business will be developed autonomously.
Wonderful. Can you see the future, Nabil?
The future?
Can you see into the future?
Yes. So the future now, it's more oriented, honestly, to artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
In OCP Africa, we are, yes, sure, we are continuing to do the same thing that we are doing. We are trying to perform it, but we are trying to use now different technology. I will give you an example.
Yeah.
One of crazy example that I really like it. We have impacted the loan confirmation in some country based on the agricultural information. Today, we are working on one bank in Rwanda. So do you know, as I am employee of company, if I would like to ask for loan from bank, they ask me to give them the contract, they ask me to give them all the financial information. However, the farmer that is located in rural area, what he should do to get this loan, he has no information. So now a very good example of using high tech in impacting the farmer at the end that we have with our partner, what we call GIS Agri System. And this tool allow banking system to rate the farmer based on what he has done in the past.
Wow.
So imagine that if his land was working really well every year, it means that this farmer, he is serious. If he asks for loan, it's for developing the business.
I see.
So this example, we see clearly the high tech, it's not looks. The high tech, sometimes it's the way to solve the real issue. We didn't solve our issue, but the farmer, his issue, it has been solved. This is the power. I see actually the futures that if we continue to develop, now it's only one scope, it's financial access.
Yeah.
In OCP Africa, we are developing also a partnership with other startup, other private sector. And I imagine if we continue to do the same thing on same way, using the maximum, the high tech, as we said in the beginning, is to bridge the gap. The future of agriculture could be boosted via one player in coordination with all the players of the chain value, World Bank, private sector, startup, everyone on Africa can participate in order to, at the end, what we are dreaming, that Africa will be the leader of agriculture in Africa.
Nabil for president. Do we have any questions from the audience, please? Anybody at all? Yes. Can I please have the light in the audience, please? We do have a question from one of our participants. Can I have some light in the audience, please? And as I say, Nabil for president, you are very good at describing, how to close this gap, and it's very inspirational.
I hope. That's the feeling of OCP. This is our DNA.
This is in your DNA. All right. Your name, where you're from, your organization, and the question.
Hello, everyone. My name is MAScIR, and I am a master's student in Rabat. I have just a quick and general question, which is how does OCP Africa balance short-term operational needs with long-term innovation goals? And I do really appreciate the part of the Mama of Africa and supporting women. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we all like that about OCP Africa, supporting women. So let's talk about the long-term, short-term gains versus long-term goals.
Yes. So as we say, so when you are in business company, much more you are focused on the exploitation on short-term performance. But when you see that 80% of agriculture in Africa is not using fertilizer, you know that the future of tomorrow need to prepare today. So if we are doing some activity today, like education, like marketing, like, for example, to train other people to build a huge community in agriculture, it's not for free, because we know in the futures we will get a really good performance. Yeah. Keep this number in mind, 80% of agriculture today is not using fertilizer.
80%?
Yes, 80.
Wow. Any more questions? Yes, we've got one question up here, the gentleman. Do I have any more questions after that, please? So we can run to you. Okay, please, your name, your organization, and go ahead with your question. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Nabil, for the very insightful discussion. My name is Sulaiman Bashir. I'm a PhD student at UM6P, and I'm also from Nigeria. So my question is about the soil digital map that OCP is currently working on. I know about some other project of OCP about determining the soil chemical properties to allow the farmers to be able to have a customized usage of fertilizer. But the issue is this information, is it mainly for business operation? I mean, that is, these informations are only available for OCP or available for the public? Because you mentioned that 80% of farmers in Africa don't use fertilizer. I think I'm going to add that even probably those 20% that use the fertilizer are actually not applying the right quantity, the right type. Yes. And again, doing soil analysis for many farmers is very expensive. But I believe if there is a database that is available for the public, they can easily go there and say, okay, in this region, or in this particular area where I have my farm, these are the nutrients that are potentially lacking. And I think based on that, they can probably determine the type of fertilizers and, again, the quantity that they are going to be using. My second question is about, soil analysis. You collect data, you georeference it, but again, it changes. It's not something that is constant. Yes. So how are you planning to be updating your databases? I mean, how frequent are you going to do that?
All right, so access, who has access to it, and then how do you update the information in real time? Okay. Nabil.
So for the access, we are working with government and public institution and so it means that we are not using this data only for our cases, okay? But what is important, that we are developing customized solution and we put it on the market. But be sure that we have a strong relationship with the government, that we are working closely, and they have already enough information. Now for the update, actually this georeference soil mapping is not only the way. We have also we have also OCP School Lab in different regions. We have actually it's like a car, and they make a tour, and every point, every region, every village, they take the sample and they share the analysis and results later. So it's not. It doesn't mean that what it does mean that we did the job, but it doesn't mean that we are keep it in just there. Exactly. Yeah. We are updated once it's possible, but OCP Africa could not do everything alone, okay? We are trying to do as we can, okay, in order to help, but it's sure in terms of information, partnership with the government, they have already some access of some information.
Yeah. Any more questions? We have just, okay, we've got 2 questions. Okay, I've got 5 minutes to go, so very quick question. We've got 3 questions? Oh, wow. All right, go ahead. We've got only 2 minutes. Go ahead, sir. Okay. Your name, your organization, and your question.
Fed bin Shihab. I'm from OCP.
Okay.
I thank you for the summit. I think my English is not so good as a...
We can still understand.
I have two rapid questions. The first is, what role does artificial intelligence play in OCP Africa strategy to enhance sustainable agriculture and improve productivity for smallholders? The second question is how the OCP group leveraging deep tech innovation such as soil mapping and customized fertilized and digital agriculture platform to support and transform agriculture across Mama Africa.
Thank you. The OCP person has a tough question for you. Go ahead.
I think they like Mama Africa.
We all do. Go ahead.
Okay, so for the first
AI
question. So just to give you an example, today with the imagery satellite, with the application GIS agreed developed by one of our partners in OCP ecosystem, we are able to detect disease crops, okay, by AI tool. Do you imagine, just by image satellite, we are able to detect disease of the crops. We are also able to know, do you know some government, they would like to know what is the situation of the harvest this year, of the activity, in order to have the whole value of the value chain in terms of estimation, etc. Because they need to prepare other operation later. With AI tool, we are able to estimate the yield of each crops in each country.
Wow.
Do you imagine all this thing? We don't do it from the ground, only from AI tool with image satellite. It's sure in the beginning we have had some agent on the ground to train the model, and when it's trained, that's fine. Now the forecast error of yield estimation is around 4%. What it does mean that we are accuracy at 96%. Our accuracy of the yield is right.
Wow.
Only with image satellite and artificial intelligence.
Wow. 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 Should we go to the next the next question? Yes, sir. You had a question, and then I had a question over there. Okay, so I'll just take these two. We have literally 2.5 minutes. I said 2 minutes before, but yes, go ahead, sir.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. My name is Benguerir Rashad Sanusi for Greenleaf AI. So my question is on disease detection, early disease detection.
Yes.
Early disease detection. Do you have any system to detect disease early for crop, especially for date palm?
Especially for?
For date palm.
What is it?
Date palm.
What disease is that?
Le dattier. Le dattier, palmier dattier.
Ah,
Okay, yeah.
Not necessarily, but it has been developed with our partner. Disease detection, but mainly for the crops. And now we are training it. Okay, it means that it's something that it could be improved to cover different agriculture in Africa.
Okay. Thank you. Last question, please. All the way up.
All right.
Last question, and then I release you. I'm so sorry, Nabil. Your topic is no, all the way up.
Just joking.
Somebody all the way up. Sorry, you have a question too? Okay, just hang on a second. Yes, madam. Go ahead, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Melouki Rehab. I'm a PhD student. And actually, my question to you, sir, is what are the challenges that we've got for the moment when it comes to the innovation part? And how can we overcome each one of them from an OCP Africa point of view? Right. And thank you.
So what kind of challenges do we have as far as innovation is concerned?
Yeah, for the moment, moment.
Currently, what kind of challenges do we have with the innovation? Do we have any challenges?
So actually, I don't have for the moment. But why? Because as you know, the OCP ecosystem is encouraging innovation. That's what I would like to answer. Okay. Sure, there are other points, but the main challenge in standard company that you are in your DNA, it doesn't include innovation. But in our context, in OCP ecosystem, it's not true.
Okay. All right. So one last question from you, sir. You have a microphone? Beautiful. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Imran Bouza. I'm an Insab Rashid student at the Energy and Environment sector. Actually, my question is why not use the waste and the organic waste already existing in the Moroccan industry to make it a fertilizer for the agricultural sector?
Why not use the organic waste to use as fertilizer for agriculture?
I think there are a lot of studies done in our ecosystem, but the idea in terms we need to see the demand and the offer. Okay, that's the question. If you do just some simple calculation in terms of the requirement of fertilizer in Africa, you will find it's really there is a gap between demand and the offer.
Yeah.
But yes, it's something that's already under exploration. Actually there are different biotech also in order to substitute the standard fertilizer, and OCP is open for all other options.
And that's what I like about DeepTech. You know, the summit is going to encourage you to have these conversations, which I really encourage you to have with Nabil. Thank you so much. Okay, all right, so Nabil, finally you are off the hook. Ladies and gentlemen, Nabil Sihamou is an experienced innovation leader, an operations research engineer, and of course, as you can see, he's got a strong background in supply chain optimization. He has shared digital transformation and strategic development. And so, ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for Nabil Sihamou, Chief of Innovation and Ambidexterity Officer, OCP Africa. Thank you, Nabil, thank you so much. And so, ladies and gentlemen, that's all time will allow us to do. This powerful and very important and informative session on deep tech and agriculture has come to an end. I would now like to invite Amin Rati and Sophia Dahouni, who will come onto the stage. Quara Win platform, is that correct? Quara Win platform. Did I get that correct? A round of applause for them, please.
Hello everyone. We're just going to take 2 minutes of your time to introduce an opportunity and an initiative that we've been working on with Sophia and that will be announced today. So my name is Amin. I'm the co-founder and CEO of SporeBio, a young deep tech company in the field of industrial microbiology. We're based in Paris, France, and we're opening an office in New York. And we're a deep tech company.
Hi everyone, my name is Sophia Dahoun. I am a deep tech investor, so I have spent the last decade working in the intersection of science, investment and entrepreneurship. And most recently I was partner in a fund where I led investment in deep tech companies. Among them you'll find Alice and Bob in quantum, Akemia in AI and drug discovery, and some other cybersecurity companies. And currently, I am a lecturer at École Normale Supérieure Ulm, which is a research university. And I'm happy to be here with Amin to tell you more about Harawin, which is an interesting project in deep tech.
I met Sophia 2 years ago. I was fundraising for my first round, the pre-seed round. And she said no to just SporeBio, but we stayed super close together and we kept discussing. There's not a single lab where I've been to all around the world, in the US, in Singapore, in Abu Dhabi, or in Europe, where there is not amazing, brilliant Moroccans working on crazy topics that are really almost unbelievable. And so we had this idea of gather all these Moroccan scientists, these Moroccan deep tech entrepreneurs, operators, into one community that is called Harawin.
So today we're happy to introduce Harawin. So what we're building concretely, so we're building a global community of researchers, entrepreneurs and scientists who believe that science is the best tool to create impactful ventures. So we're going to do it with 3 main pillars. So the first one is, of course, to connect these Moroccan scientists, entrepreneurs, so the right person at the right moment. We're going to do it through curated introduction, through Slacks groups, and also through local chapters. Rita, who's here with us, is managing the global chapters. And we're going to do a second thing, is make this community visible, because it's very important to know that there are Moroccan scientists, entrepreneurs, and researchers building amazing things, because we want you to have the ambition to dream and to be inspired. And the last thing, of course, is we want to support them by being the first friends and family that you might have and we might need when you start a venture. So this is what we're going to build, and we have been fortunate to have advisors.
So we have really good advisors. Some of them are in the room today, like Jinan Abunabi from MIT, like Mehdi Ressassi at AI71, or Nadia Kamel at Harmonie Mutuelle. So amazing people that are really supporting this initiative. We're also lucky to have Yassine Erzewi from UM6P that we're working really closely with. And maybe one last final remark. If you take the history of Morocco, it's full of science. The first ever university in the world has been created in Morocco, Al-Qarawiyyin. The first maps ever of Eurasia, Africa has been created in Morocco. We have a long history of Moroccan scientific traditions, and we want to give credit to that. The future is going to be DeepTech, the future of Morocco is going to be DeepTech, and the first ever unicorn of Morocco will be a DeepTech company. We're here to support that. Thank you so much.
And yeah, so if you're a Moroccan scientist, entrepreneur, or builder, we want you to do three things. The first one is to be proud of your heritage. The second is to be ambitious. And the third one is to join us.
Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you so much. I can tell you're awake. Masa al-khair, bon après-midi, and good afternoon. My name is Valentina Riggins. I am a founder and a CEO of Mavericks, the ultimate knowledge as a service platform for energy. In the past 22 years, I've been deploying digital and AI solutions for energy companies. And today, I'm thrilled to welcome you to AI and Energy, Powering Sustainable Growth in Africa panel. Did you know that over 600 million Africans to this day don't have access to electricity? AI might be poised just to change that. And today, I'm thrilled to be joined by 3 global experts that will help us explore how AI can help harness renewable energy better and how it can improve and transform access to the energy. Please join me in welcoming our esteemed panelists. The first one is Dr. Satyam Priyadarshi. He's the first data scientist in oil and gas that would get the title of Chief Data Scientist, and a pioneer in AI and quantum computing. He is visionary that will help us explore how cutting-edge technology can reshape Africa's energy landscape. Welcome, Dr. Priyadarshi. Fabrice Perret, Head of Venture Capital at Proparco. Fabrice is managing 200 million euro startup portfolio for various industries. He is a pragmatic investor and will give us our perspective that will ground our discussion in market realities. Welcome, Fabrice. Dr. Muaz Ali. Dr. Muaz is senior researcher and policy associate at EarthNA. He is focusing his research on energy access in sub-Saharan Africa. His critical lens will address equity and policy challenges. Welcome, Dr. Muaz. And with that, we'll start our panel. We had really interesting discussions with our panelists before coming here. And I'd like to start with the technology first. So the first question to you, Fabrice. Africa's solar and wind potential is immense, but clean tech valuations often outpace market readiness. What's one policy or market shift that you think is required to attract sustainable venture capital investment in African clean energy startups?
Thank you, Valentina. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you in this wonderful university and to participate to this panel with my co-panelists, very estimated and with a higher degree of technology than me, because I'm only the finance guy, but I will try to give my point of view on that. So to answer to your question, Valentina, you know, the market, the African VC market is currently dominated by the fintechs. Fintechs represent approximately 60% of all VC investment in Africa, but clean techs are growing very fast, and clean techs are now the second VC verticals. To give you an example, on the last 3 years, more than $1.4 billion were invested in clean techs in Africa. So it's huge, but they also face some issues. First of all, it's a nascent market. So as any nascent market, there is all the models are not be tried or tested, and so you have to be sure that the ideas are very sustainable. And this issue reflects also on valuations. You know, as everybody wants to now to invest in green, in climate mitigation, in clean tech, green energy, etc. So it's a very good thing. It's a very good thing that more and more money goes to the clean energy. But on the wrong side, I would say, it's despite of the VC winters that occurs 2 years ago, the valuation on the clean tech remains in the very high sides of the markets, and investors need to have more rigor, in fact, to choose the best clean tech that answer to the customer needs, and not only supporting the companies that sell the best ideas, but maybe not realistic ideas. So the market has to go towards more profitability and more sustainability.
Thank you, Fabrice. Indeed, we need some reality and what's possible in this market before we proceed. I have a next question to Dr. Muez. So Mr. Yassin said this morning that we don't want to leave anyone behind in the sustainability journey. And when we spoke, when we just met, you mentioned there are some risks in inequality when it comes to energy access in Africa. So how can policy frameworks ensure Africa leapfrogs to sustainable energy without repeating fossil fuel heavy models?
Thank you, Val. I think the question for Africa, given the status of energy access, I think energy access, at least from an African perspective, seems to be more of a priority than whether that energy is clean or not. And some researchers also ask the question, should Africa leapfrog to begin with? Right? Some countries have industrialization ambitions, and these ambitions can only be achieved, or to some degree, mostly achieved through fossil fuel heavy industry. But that doesn't mean that renewable energy should be overlooked, especially from a price perspective. Renewable energy is much more competitive now. But whatever policy frameworks are in place have to be in line with what African countries or specific African countries view themselves or view their kind of ambitions in the near future, whether it's to 2030, 2040, 2050. So if you have a clean technology or a clean energy strategy for 2050, and it is in line with your industrialization strategy or it's in line with your development strategy, then it would make sense. But leapfrogging to clean technology for the sake of leapfrogging is probably not going to be very useful because of the lack of alignment between the two. In terms of policy frameworks, I think in order to leapfrog, you need to be able to do so, right? So you need the money for it. There needs to be money available. You need to have a long-term development strategy, so you know exactly why you're leapfrogging and when you're leapfrogging and the time frames that you have to work with. And you need to have some idea of why you're going to leapfrog to achieve what goal. So for example, if you want to industrialize, you want to produce certain high-value goods for export, you also you need to start thinking about trade and how your position is in terms of global trade. And a lot of African countries are disadvantaged when it comes to trade policy, which is something I can talk about later. So I think the policy frameworks broadly need to focus on availability of finance, long-term development strategies, and how these can be aligned in order to achieve not necessarily a leapfrog towards clean technology, but an energy mix that incorporates clean technology when it is useful, given the development strategies in place.
Yeah, this is definitely a very serious consideration. One, what you said, Fabrice, first of all, you have to have a market and the technology has to work for that specific market. And second, you do need to have a strategy, long-term strategy in place to be able to decide what your energy mix is going to be and whether you want to leapfrog or not. I would like to jump to the AI and technology. It's a hot topic. Everybody wants AI, especially in the energy space. I had some clients saying, I just want AI, give me that. Dr. Satyam, you've pioneered AI and energy since 2005, maybe earlier. And what do you think? How could AI and quantum computing accelerate clean energy adoption in Africa over the next decade?
Good afternoon. First of all, thanks to the DeepTech Summit team for inviting me. So question is, how is AI or quantum computing change the landscape for energy? First thing to remember, like I think in the earlier mornings, we were talking about some agriculture and talked about what is important for agriculture. But I think the most important thing for any area is energy security. And energy security is a combination of energy mix and everything associated with it. Now, if you look at how solutions that are built on applications of AI can help, my co-panelists just talked about clean energy and the energy mix. The question is, can we really replace everything that we use from fossil fuel? Today, the world uses roughly about something like 8,000 million ton equivalent of energy from fossils. If you have to really replace that with clean energy, you need millions of photovoltaic cells which have an efficiency only of about 25%, 15 to 25%. Wind energy and solar energy, when transmitted, they roughly lose anywhere between 20 to 30% on transmission. So, and of course, we all know the challenges with the fossil fuels, whether it is coal, whether it is oil, gas, geothermal. We know their supply chain is anywhere inefficient from 35 to 60%, depending on which aspect of it you are talking about. So all these inefficiencies, if we are able to really reduce, then we can actually make sure that our energy security is really at the high level. And that's where algorithms that we can develop, the models that we can develop into the right context, that is very important. One of the things is there is no one size fit all. There is no something called AI that will work for everything. There is solutions that have to be customized and contextualized in what context we are talking about. So if we are talking about energy mix, is it on the so to say production side, or is it on the consumer side? So if you look at that, these are two optimization problems that you are looking at. How much of the different mix of energies we are going to generate, and how do we transmit it at the lowest cost possible, and then how do we get that benefit to the consumers, and how are they going to pay for it, whether it is generated from solar versus wind versus fossil fuel. So if you think of it, these are a couple of optimization problems on each end of the spectrum, and that's where the algorithms become really, really powerful. But again, this will depend from one country in Africa to another country, or within a country itself, it could be very different from cities to municipalities and others. And hence, what we are looking at, one is the traditional kind of applications. The other is how we are actually looking at optimizing these mechanisms, right? For example, wind farms. Today, when wind farms fail, how do we actually make them more reliable? Then we can actually do some kind of algorithms for it, or what kind of new materials we can actually put, like changing the way how we generate these wind farms, or windmills, or wind fins, whatever you want to call it. Should we leverage nanotechnology, advancements in nanotechnology that are there? Should we leverage the advancement in sensors? All these things actually incorporate into models for AI that can really help us.
Thank you. This is a great insight. Indeed, the AI is excelling at complex optimization problems if it's trained right and trained for the specific application with a specific data. So we discussed the energy technology itself. Now let's jump into the energy access and decentralization. So my first question is to Dr. Moaz. So when we talked, you raised some concerns about unfair contracts in solar home systems in Africa. How can decentralized energy models promote economic equity rather than widen inequality gap?
Thank you, Val. I think it's important to point out here that, I mean, this is probably not a thing to say at a technology summit, but technology has not always, it's not new technologies, revolutions in technology are not always good for everybody. You know, there are experiences where we've had a significant amount, consistent economic growth because of technological development. So for example, post-World War II, technological development saw, you know, economies in the West and around the world grow at about 3-4% every year for a period of 25-30 years. But the reason for that was that there were certain policies in place where you had a counter kind of force to the people who develop the technology and the people who own the technologies. And that is mostly in labor unions who basically get people's rights or ensure that people have rights. So you have, technology, it started creating jobs as opposed to getting rid of jobs. A lot of people today are warning that AI might potentially have negative implications. So digitization had a similar effect where it benefited people who are at the top end of the education spectrum. So people with university degrees are more likely to see their incomes increase, but people with only high school degrees have had stagnating incomes over the last 20, 30 years. And in conditions of inequality, where we've seen inequality globally increase over the last 30 years, technology is likely to make things worse. It doesn't have to be that way. There are certain policy interventions that can make it better, which is more representation, more labor rights, etc. But one interesting example is the solar home systems that you mentioned. And just so the crowd understands what they are, solar home systems are these small modular systems that you put in your house, and they're mostly designed for really poor, low-income households. And these households are poor to the point where a modular system, which costs around $30 to $40 or $50, they can't afford the full price of it, so they get it. They pay some sort of deposit, and then they pay it over 2 years' time, right? And in this sector specifically, you had the rise of new companies that provide the system, so they're essentially energy companies. But over time, because they realized that their target market does not have the payments, they don't have the purchasing power to actually buy these systems outright, they developed these new financing mechanisms. So now these companies are energy companies, but they're also fintechs, right? So what they have now is they have a lot of information on customers where they understand their payment behavior. They have information on because these are contracts where these people have to pay a monthly fee, they get a lot of information about their person, where they live, and they also own the information that shows their payments over time. And obviously, in order to do that, in order the company to make that commitment, they need to get these people to sign contracts, right? And we've had a look at these contracts because we've been studying the sector for a while, and they're quite complicated contracts, right? There's I've signed terms and conditions, many terms and conditions in my life that I've never read, right? And when I did try to read them, I didn't understand most of them. And in these contracts, they have, statements like, your data can be used by a third party. I don't know what the third party is, right? And it's very likely that these people are not educated. They have no idea what these contracts are that they're signing. And so these companies now collect this massive amount of data, and they're using AI tools to analyze this data to try and make predictions about when people might default, or who is going to be a good customer, or who should they take a risk with, and who should they not take a risk with. And so now you have this use of these new technological tools, these new algorithms that tell you who you should sell to and who you shouldn't, right? And this is a low-income group of people. This is your target market. And basically what that does is that it allows the companies to have this power over its target market, and then it allows them to use that data to sell off to other digital platforms. So the same people buying solar home systems can be targeted for finance products, right? Or these same companies can start offering other finance products. So you have this platformization process where there's a massive power imbalance between the owners of the data, which are the companies, versus the producers of the data, which are these low-income poor households. And the solution to that is to basically regulate the market, right? And because this is a new sector, it's been around for almost 10 years now, it is not regulated. And the biggest kind of region in sub-Saharan Africa is in East Africa. So you have Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Tanzania. And there are no policies in place. So a lot of countries do not have data protection policies, or they don't have regulations specific to that sector. There is an industry association, it's called GOGLA, which has principles of operation for the companies operating in the sector, but these are, they're suggestive. You can choose to abide by them or not. But there's no regulation in place to protect basically the low-income households who are buying these products and signing contracts that they don't understand. So in this case, technology benefits one side and disadvantages the other. So I think in order to ensure that AI use in the energy sector is equitable, there has to be the necessary policy interventions to make sure that happens.
Wow, this is such a great insight, Dr. Muez. I think what you mentioned is this is an entirely new business model, a combination of the utility company, fintech, but also insurance company in a way where you collect information about your insured or somebody who you sell, or whether you should sell to them or not. And I think AI, at least from what I'm hearing, can play a number of roles here, but I would like to get Dr. Satyam's opinion. How could AI help solve problem one, understanding a contract, and two, enhancing energy independence in Africa?
So certainly the challenge that is put up here is that technology helps one side of the problem and doesn't help the poor people in that sense. Actually, in fact, the same technology that helps this, the producers or the companies actually can help the people as well, because they can actually control what data needs to be supplied to them, right? At the same time, they can demand like whatever the analysis is being done, that can be actually provided to them, and then limit the access to it. The technology solutions exist. It is the willing power of the controlling authorities or the regulatory bodies that have to really implement it. So in that sense, technology can really benefit both sides, right? But at the same time, one has to really realize that if you want to build innovative solutions for the large masses, it doesn't matter whether it is poor or rich people, it is actually important to leverage technology at various levels, at a various complexity. Correct? And then we can build solutions that are appropriate for that area. So one of the things when we are implementing AI solutions, as I said earlier, they have to be customized and contextualized. It is not one solution fits all. The challenge that happens today is like we look at a solution that is developed in a different country and we say, oh, let's take it and implement in our country or in our area or in our field. That's when the things start breaking up. One has to understand the problem, that is the business problem, and then saying what are the things, checks and balances we need to put, what are the models we are going to put, and then actually build the solutions or customize the solutions if you are going to use somebody else's solution. And when you do that, then you are actually benefiting the whole spectrum equitable, right? That requires investment in people. It's not about just technology. It's a question of how do we understand our problem? Do we really understand our problem better? Or what needs to be done? It's not just about implementing technology by itself.
Yeah, indeed, the technology doesn't do any good if it's not applied correctly in the right context. Fabrice, question to you, building up on what Dr. Satyam said. You've invested in different technologies in various sectors, and we're talking about decentralization and different policy aspects of it. But as far as when it comes to technology itself, in your portfolio, what are the most commercially viable technologies that could be implemented in Africa as far as decentralization goes today?
You know, for decentralization, Proparco is strongly involved in this industry because access to energy is key for Africa and for emerging countries. And when you have the energy, after you can develop other business, create jobs, etc. So just to give you a quick view on what we did in decentralized energy, over the last 5 years, we have invested in debt and equity more than 200 million euros in distributed renewable energy in emerging countries. And we invested in all the type of off-grids project like solar home system, as you said, mini-grid, CNI, and ESCO. And what we observe in these different type of decentralized energy is all of them has grown, but we also note some disparities. For example, for the SHS, they continue to contribute to the access of energy of more people, but the business model of this type of SHS is not so strong, and because of low margin and high maintenance cost and distribution cost. So we see a growth, but also some underperformance in the financial and economics units. For the mini grids, for example, we see a lot of new seats and also new seats operated by private companies, which is very good. But these mini grids need a lot of capex, and it's not so easy for private companies to find the equity and also the debt to develop this type of grids, and then the concessionality and involvement of government is very key. For example, in Nigeria, you have some grants to help the developers. So it's very useful, but you need to have a sort of partnership between public and private. For the CNI, maybe CNI is the most private segment, and with growth in revenues and also in rapid cost. So maybe it's one of the most bankable as of today for investor and lenders. And we also see a lot of new off-grid energy products that leverage on this. For example, with the clean cooking, with e-mobility. And it's there are a lot of potential for these new technologies, but it's quite new, and it's also evolving, and so the economics are not still proved, and we need to wait to find the good business model yet.
Yeah, fantastic. You just led us to the next topic that I wanted to discuss with you guys, which is economic transformation. So these new emerging technologies that are forming the industries are very, very interesting. And my question is now to Dr. Satyam, as a visionary guru. What do you think by 2040, with the help of AI and quantum computing, which new industries would energy plus AI unlock in Africa?
That's a tough question. But no, I think 2040, I think it may be sooner. But there are a couple of things to think about. When we talk about AI, everybody talks about AI, but we have to understand where AI comes from, right? One of the technologies that most people don't talk in AI conferences is nanotechnology. Without nanotechnology, nothing we would be talking about AI. The second one is biotechnology and synthetic biology. A lot of these motivations to build algorithms that we use today, whether it is the generative AI, whether it is the what you call chat GPTs or the deep learning, they all come from the understanding of our brain, how that works, how the neurons work. So understanding biotechnology, synthetic biology is an important part of it. Of course, then now once you have got the nanotechnology, you can build chips that are important, whether it is the GPUs or whether it is the quantum processing units or QPUs. And now there are something called NPUs. So there is a lot of generation of chips happening. That also requires another technology that is mature now, which is called the 3D and 4D printing. So this, if you think of it, there is an ecosystem of technologies that we have to learn and actually implement it. Just saying, oh, everybody wants AI, that's not the right way to actually build an ecosystem and progress a nation. So, right, so in 2040, I think there will be a, what I call multidisciplinary education system that will generate the next generation of talent, which I, in different talks, I call them the avatar talents, because that means this talent has to be versatile and transformative at all the time. As the new things we learn, we can actually implement it. So for example, going back to the previous question, when we talked about contract management, today a lot of companies are actually building applications on generative AI models so that they can reduce all that words that nobody can understand into something that they can understand and act upon it. So that means the people who are dealing with contracts, they have to transform themselves. Otherwise, that how to leverage ChatGPT or whatever the LLM model you want to use. Same thing, how do I build the next generation of chips? For example, if you want to miniaturize our chemistry, I met an investor here, and he is carrying a small chip which fits for a spectrometer into your hands. Now look at that. Like, this will change the way we think about how chemical analysis can be done. Today, if you go to a lab, you need a spectrometer of this size. But the same thing we can be done energy, for example, wind energy. How do we rotate the windmill or orientation of it by leveraging industrial IoT sensors, not just the IoT sensors. Now those sensors are becoming smaller and smaller. They respond at a real time. So that will happen. And so by 2040, we will see a significant miniaturization of a lot of technologies. Combination of the various methodologies of this technology come together, and the next generation of workforce that is technology savvy. So for that, we have to really start educating our people now from 5th grade, 6th grade, 7th grade, whatever the right approach is, and implement that methodology of educating even the leaders of the companies now so that they can understand how to actually train their workforce by next 5 years. So by 2040, we are in a much more stable state.
It seems to me that if I'm listening to you, the future is actually very bright, because we're going to have not only emergence in all sorts of industries and growth, because we're trying to solve this clean energy problem, but we're going to have to also witness a convergence of different technologies to take us to a better future. So with this in mind, Fabrice, question to you. You're an investor, and where would you invest for growth in Africa to enable all of this?
First, I think AI can bring a lot to develop the access to energy for off-grid, as you discussed before, but also for the grids, because one on the main issues of the electricity access in Africa is also the grid loss. And just to give you an illustration, in Africa, the grid loss amounts 23%, whereas globally it's only 10% and only 5% in Europe. So because of that, there's direct consequences on electricity operators and also indirectly on people, because you don't have the energy, access to the energy which is produced in reality. So you have the production of the energy, but not the access. And last year we have invested in a startup which operates in Nigeria, Zambia, and Ghana, and just aims to reduce this grid loss thanks to the AI. They have developed an AI mapping program just to map all the topological assets of the grids. And thanks to that, they can identify very efficiently whereas the underperformed assets of the networks of the grids, and which assets has to be maintained, and so they can generate automatically predictive maintenance. And thanks to this AI program, Beacon Powers is the name of these companies, aims to reduce by 50% the grid loss, and also to increase indirectly the revenues of the electricity operators by 30%. So I think, yes, there is a lot to do with AI, and that this new technology can change the way as the electricity and the energy more globally is used in Africa and in emerging countries.
Yeah, you have raising a great point. It's not enough just to have a technology powered by AI. You actually have to have a way to deliver that technology to people, and grid and access to a grid is one of those things. My last question is to Dr. Muez. Given what Fabrice just said, what do you think a major economic opportunity for African nations are in AI-driven energy transition, and how can policy mitigate risks?
So there, I mean, the economic opportunity is in the resources available in the continent, right? A lot of sub-Saharan African countries have a lot of resources. Some of them don't have any. And in general, most likely that most of the countries in Africa are going to be kind of receivers or consumers of technology as opposed to creators of technology. And that is just because of the way the world is kind of set up. But in order to leverage these resources, I think we need to have very serious discussions about global trade policy, the global financial architecture, technology transfer. So for example, because of global intellectual property rules, a lot of African countries can't access new technologies because, you know, countries that develop, for example, new vaccine technology or new sort of medication for endemic diseases, they own the intellectual property for 20 years, for example. So, you know, the three main issues: trade, finance, and technology transfer. And because of the way these global issues are structured today, African countries are unlikely to be able to kind of compete with other countries because they're technically disadvantaged. So in order to leverage these resources, we need to have serious discussions about these issues. For example, now in the energy sector, Namibia is being tapped to being the new kind of source of hydrogen for Europe. Because of its geographical location, you know, you have good resources. The sun shines most of the year, and it has a huge shoreline. So they, you know, it's an ideal place to produce hydrogen. But all the investors in the sector, all the plans now currently in place to invest in hydrogen infrastructure, are there in order to export hydrogen to Germany, right? To be used in Germany's industrial sector. You know, I mean, this is kind of still very extractive. It's similar as exporting copper from Zambia, as opposed to using copper in Zambia to actually produce, you know, certain technologies or whatever it may be. So ideally, you want Namibia to produce the hydrogen, but also use the hydrogen, right? So while, you know, this shift to hydrogen, which is a clean technology, and using new technologies to produce it, is kind of technological innovation and development and leapfrogging, etc., but it still has extractive characteristics. So I think in order for the economic opportunities there, because there are certain endowments that you cannot do away with, but in order for these endowments to have any sort of useful impact for Africa's economic growth, there needs to be serious discussions about about Africa's role in global trade, in access to finance and in technology transfer. And finance is a big issue because a lot of African countries still rely on getting bailed out by the IMF, which comes with certain conditions, right? And this has been happening since the 70s, and it still hasn't changed, right? So we have to have these discussions to try and understand or try and change. There are certain initiatives that are underway, but they're still scratching at the surface. And unfortunately, the people who are kind of, you know, really shouting about these issues do not get invited to, you know, panels or global fora to discuss these issues because they seem to be at the margin. But these are the issues that need to be discussed in a lot of seriousness in order to tackle these. Otherwise, we will continue having extractive practices like we have today in the Congo.
Indeed, if you're producing energy, you should be able to supply with the energy in your own country and your own continent. So definitely infrastructure projects would be a big topic to enable the hydrogen economy in Africa. And I really like your point about public and private sector partnerships to enable all of that. And of course, policy needs to support. So we got about 4 minutes and we can take 1 or 2 questions from the audience. Please state your name, your affiliation, and the name of the panelist you want to ask the question to. Do we have any questions? You guys awake? Okay, we got a brave one. It's all right, we'll wait. Unfortunately, I cannot see you because the light is shining in my eyes. Ah, that's better. If you could raise your hand where a question, yeah, just in the middle and the back row there.
Hello again, my name is Berkeley Lab. I'm a PhD student. I'm currently working on protein exchange membrane electrolyzers to produce more hydrogen. And my question will be for Sir Fabrice Perez, right? So my question to you, sir, is how does the international agreement influence the country's approach to green hydrogen, and why, despite all of the effort done by France, it's still depending massively on nuclear power? And thank you.
Oh, good question.
Thank you for the question. It's not on my scope of competencies.
It's about green hydrogen, though. No?
Green hydrogen, yeah, but I'm not a scientist, so you know we only invest in off-grid, and so I can help you on that point. I'm sorry.
Fabrice is an investor. It's, I think it's a challenging question for him. Maybe other panelists can take it up.
I can take a chance because this is a discussion not only in France, but it's all over the place. Which technologies we can generate energy with? Can we use it in the same country? There is all discussions about cost benefit analysis that goes on, how the policies are made, and how the energy. If researchers are creating new things, that may not be cost effective for the country at that time, so they are trying to actually export it and make some money. So this is a combination of regulatory, pricing, and advantage to the local economy. So I think that's why it gets complicated, whether it is France or whether it is any other nation for that matter.
Yeah, on the hydrogen, I would add green hydrogen specifically. One, it requires water for production, which means that we need to be conscious about how we use water and what is the impact on the aquatic systems of that. And two, green hydrogen infrastructure needs to be built. We can't just use gas or LNG infrastructure because green hydrogen makes piping brittle. And so there's the whole question about building the global infrastructure for it. So at the moment, it's not really economically viable, which is, I'm assuming that this is the reason why France still fostering nuclear energy. All right, I think we are at the time. So really brief round, 20 seconds each. What advice would you guys give to innovators, policymakers, and investors looking to shape the future of sustainable energy in Africa? We will start with you, Dr. Satyam.
I think what I will say is learn and practice what is happening with new technologies, because that's the future, and that's the future of humanity as well.
Fabrice.
Maybe to repeat what I said before, sustainability should be key, and we need to scale new models, but to be sure that they fit to the customer needs and to what the people needs, in fact.
Dr. Muez.
On the policy aspect, while local policies are important, and local policies do drive economic growth, but I think some of the major obstacles are global. So I think, learn about the global policy issues, and that these issues need to be discussed at a global level in order for not just sub-Saharan Africa, but a lot of global South countries to move forward.
Excellent. To summarize our panel, we discussed various issues about how to enable sustainable energy in Africa. We said the future is bright, there's going to be a lot of industries booming in the future. We just need to make sure there is a product market fit and it's viable, and that the policies that support those products' adoption are in place. I would like to thank our panelists for this very thoughtful and interesting discussion. Please give us a round of applause, and thank you very much for your attention.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Marwan Barada. I'm here to introduce you to track number 7, AI in healthcare. I have my panelists with me here. I'm going to introduce them one by one, and they're going to join me. They come from far away: Canada, US, Abu Dhabi, France, far away-ish. So I would like to have you guys applaud and welcome them. First, Julia Schollerman, Canada. Joanna Delmida, Abu Dhabi. Carl Saab, Cleveland Clinic, USA. And then Amin Raji, Paris, France. Thank you so much. Well, let's see. Getting comfortable? Everybody has a mic? Excellent. Well, my name is Marwan Barada. I'll introduce myself last. We'll start with our panelists here. I have their bio, very interesting bio, so I'll share with everybody. Julia. So Dr. Julia Schollerman is a biotech leader with deep experience in building early-stage biotech and at the intersection of science, strategy, and capital. Her expertise is in drug development. She serves as a VP of Corporate Development at 35 Pharma and in Montreal. She holds a PhD of Biomedicine and a dual degree in MBA with distinction from IE Business School and Brown University. And the interesting fact, and help me out guys, please today, hear me out. Julia is learning how to DJ, thank you, in her spare time and is curious to discover new songs. So please feel free to share with her some new songs. And because we're in Morocco, what are we going to share with her? Darbuga. So, Joanna, Portuguese, Doctor of Pharmacy, and she's strategically passionate about health innovation and is based in Abu Dhabi. She's the head of healthcare at the Portuguese Business Council and Portuguese Diaspora Council and the Abu Dhabi Chamber of Healthcare. She's also, Abu Dhabi Chamber Healthcare member. She bridges ecosystems between Europe and the Middle East. She's also PhD candidate shaping public policies for digital health. And also she is building coalition between ministries, and you will talk to us maybe about the Helm cluster later today or during this conversation. And also, and this is beautiful when she wrote this to me, Joanna operates with the precision of a policy architect, and as she puts it, with a Churchill war mindset and softened by a Chopin sonata. I don't love that. All right, Carl is at the Cleveland Clinic, and he's a staff member and professor of Case Western University. He is a professor at Brown University and the lead scientist in the Discovery Accelerator partnership between the Cleveland Clinic and IBM in AI and quantum computing. So we'll hear about AI today, obviously. And also I want to already talk about quantum computing with our guests today. Carl has a PhD in neurosciences and neurological disorders. He obtained his PhD from Texas, University of Texas, and also has postdoctoral fellowship at Yale. And because that was not enough for him, studying a lot, he has also other business titles. So digital health lead for innovation at the Cleveland Clinic. So he screens, coordinates, and co-develops ideas with physicians at the Cleveland Clinics. He's also founders of 2 startups, and he's a senior advisor of 2 startups in neurology and music therapy. So thank you. And we have Amin. Amin is a co-founder and CEO of Spore Bio. His biotech uses AI to detect bacteria in food and pharmaceutical products in seconds, while having it in the old days in days instead of using conventional techniques. In less than 2 years, he raised more than 30 million. So for people who have not raised money, so 30 million is a lot of dollars in a short period of time. He has contracted with over 200 factories, and he has about 40 scientists. So, and he's intensively growing both in France and in the US. Myself, I'm a seasoned leader in medtech innovation. My specialty is in endovascular and cardiovascular innovation using minimally invasive surgeries. I've been doing this for about 20 years. I built an incubator called T45 Labs in Silicon Valley, in California. And then associated with that, I have 2 funds, and we raised over $75 million in aggregate. I work at the Cleveland Clinic, and in addition to that, I've created a foundation that is related to T45 Labs, and then the foundation supports individuals that have autism or that are on the autism spectrum. So with that, and I'm just gonna grab excuse me, some water. Thank you, guys. It was getting pretty parched. So our format for today is going to be very simple. So we would like to discuss AI in healthcare. So what we'll try to do is rely on expertise of our panels here. So as I said, Julie will be representing our drug development. Joanna will be representing policy in healthcare. Carl will be representing neurological sciences and technologies and entrepreneurships. And then Amin will be representing our leadership and technology in biotech. So it's hard to ask questions from the audience, so we'll have just conversations, and hopefully you'll be able to learn from our conversations here. So the first question will go to Carl. And you're mic'd up. You're ready to go? Excellent. Let's start from a broad picture, and then we'll focus in on Africa and bring it here. So first, how has AI reshaped innovation in your field?
Well, I wanted to first thank the organizers. Really appreciate all the coordination and the effort behind the scene, the hospitality. I'm enjoying my time in Morocco, so thank you very much. You know, it's a tough question, so I wanted to actually start off by demystifying and defining AI. Obviously, you've heard a lot about AI today, and it might sound mysterious or magical, and I thought maybe I should share with you my perspective on AI so that we're all on the same page. Before AI became the buzzword, all it was is an advanced statistical method. Basically, you feed data into this AI model, and you ask it, do you recognize patterns in these data? So in a way, you've used AI to answer complex questions that conventional statistics could not handle. So that was the early days of AI, but nowadays, more sophisticated forms of AI could maybe output emergent properties, patterns that are even more difficult to discern within a data set. And some examples of this is potentially generative AI, but as well as ChatGPT language models. This is the most advanced forms of AI today, which are able to sort of, I wouldn't use the word think as a human brain, and I'm a neuroscientist, so I'm going to give you a lot of brain analogies today, bear with me. But you can think of the basic AI as sort of when you put your hand on a hot stove, and obviously you're not aware of this, and then you withdraw your hand in a reflex fashion. And reflex, by definition, is when you perform an act of behavior which is not controlled by your brain, and you're not aware of it. And that was the early days of AI, when you put in data, and you got a reflex output. Binary yes or no, classification decisions, and it was not as obscure as it is today. So today, the complicated forms of AI, the most advanced ones, are not reflex, like I used the word emergent properties. This is when you engage in cognitive thinking as a human being, but at the same time, it comes at the cost of being a black box. Because I can sit here today and explain to you what a reflex arc is. You know, neurons in your hand connected to your spinal cord, they don't necessarily go up to your brain and then you withdraw your hand. But when it comes to complex forms of AI, it becomes a black box because, like the brain, I'm speaking to you now, but I cannot explain to you how my thoughts are coming through, what are the neurons in my brain doing, so you have to take it for granted. And here's the balance between using basic forms of AI versus complex forms where we don't understand what they're doing, though we're using it in healthcare. So that's a general explanation, my perspective on AI. How has AI helped to shape healthcare? Obviously, if you go back to the definition, which now becomes helpful, is where you have complex sets of data. And healthcare, in addition to being a large economy, also has clinicians and well-trained, highly paid individuals having to deal with complex data sets. Think about a clinician reviewing an X-ray or an MRI. Obviously, there are pixels in there that the clinicians might not be able to be aware of. You have to put all the pixels together and generate a diagnostic. So biomarkers and diagnostics are a prime example, especially for severe diseases like cancer. Other forms are, we consider them as mundane, but think nowadays about chatting with your doctor on these apps. So the doctor and the clinician and the care provider, in addition to spending all day treating patients, go home and then being bombarded by these texts. And they sit with you for half an hour, let's say you have a mental health condition, and they have to digest all this information and then move on to the next patient.
Right.
And so they have to make sense out of this complex data. So I just gave you a couple of examples where AI has been developed, has been validated, and is being deployed today. And there's many more examples I'm happy to talk about.
So basically making discoveries and making the physician's life easier in your case.
Reducing the costs,
Right.
because that's what matters, and generating more precise decisions
Right.
to guide care.
Right. Julia, how about you in your drug delivery or drug development side?
Yeah, thank you for the question, and thank you so much for to the organizers for the invitation to this absolutely stunning venue and very interesting conference, and the opportunity to talk about the transformations that are ongoing in the industry, which are truly, truly exciting. So when it comes to drug development, I think most of us have come across the headlines that the next drug that is approved will probably be AI generated. And that's, of course, a wonderful aspiration, but also at this point, it's a little bit hype and maybe even a little bit besides the point. So I call it hype, not because I don't think it's possible, but I think we're just not there yet. So there's a couple of companies that are trying, but we've not really seen an AI-generated drug really posting significantly positive data in the clinic, and that is what counts, right? But it's also besides the point, because what's the innovation is bringing the drug to patients and actually treating the disease. So that's how we deliver innovation, that's how the value is created. And the impediment to that innovation is it's not a shortage of good ideas for drugs, but it's the process and how we develop these drugs. And the two critical components in these processes are, number one, how do we discover and validate targets? So how do we find out what is a good point of attack? And then how do we run efficient clinical trials? How do we show that our drug actually makes patients feel better, function better, and live longer, because that's what we want, and that's the innovation that we want to provide. And there are a lot of tools already emerging, helping us there. So really, truly already making an impact. So specifically when it comes to target discovery, what that process is about is listening to what nature teaches us, right? And nature's teachings come in a lot of different forms. Every year, we have about 3 million scientific publications published. We have genetic data in humans and corresponding outcomes. We have patient records, as Carl described, that come in structured form, in unstructured form as images. And historically, we've looked at all these data points one by one, shining a spotlight, but of course, that makes us miss things. So the truly transformational tools that are emerging here are those that are able to bring all these data points together and see what are the emerging patterns, as Carl says, what is congruent in the data and really points to a target being causal in a disease. And it's well documented that the more validated a target, the more chances of success in the clinic.
Right. In your mind, what would you say, using the AI and all the tools that you've seen so far, how much time have we saved? And then just to reflect on what Carl said, the reduction of time, reduction of cost, at least in our geographies, how much time have we saved just using AI and new drugs?
Yeah, it's a fascinating question. I think maybe it's worthwhile going back to COVID, because that's a time when I feel we were all in the lab together and following that process of developing the COVID vaccines. And certainly those of us who live in North America and Europe, we were following along specifically two companies, Moderna and Pfizer, who were neck on neck in terms of developing a vaccine or the first vaccine to be FDA approved. And Moderna was in front all of the time. They started first, they had fewer subjects to be treated. Pfizer was always trailing behind a little bit. But then eventually it was the Pfizer vaccine that was approved first. So what happened behind the scenes to make that happen? And they used a lot of AI tools, but I think the most crucial one is one that seems very unglamorous, because as Carl described, when patients see a physician, there's a lot of data collected, right? And that in the context of a clinical trial, we collect this data in a database, and historically, these data points are manually checked, whether they all make sense, whether everything has been entered correctly, etc. Imagine doing that for 44,000 subjects, as in that trial. So what Pfizer did is that they used an AI algorithm to check which data points make sense and automatically flag inconsistencies. And typically the process of what we call locking down the database, meaning being sure that all the data that is entered is correct and consistent, is a process of 6 to 8 weeks. And they did it in less than a day.
Oh my God.
So this is a very unglamorous process, but just imagine if we could save that much time every step of the way.
And money.
Yes.
Right, a lot of people actually have to do that process and being checked.
Yes.
So that's huge. So, Amin, are you ready for my question? All right, let's shoot away. So, Amin, obviously, is a CEO of a very thriving company. And I think for you, why don't you introduce your company, and then I'll ask the question, because I think you have a fascinating process there.
Yeah, so my company's name is SporeBio. It's a young company. We only have 2 years old. That is solving a century-old problem, that is microbiology testing. So just for you to know, every food you take, every drug that is being manufactured needs to be microbiology tested, meaning that you need to make sure that there is no bacteria that contaminates this food or product. The issue with that is that the tools that we've been using for the 2 last centuries rely on a technology called the Petri dish or Pasteurian methods, where you need to grow those bacteria for several days before they are visible by the human eye, and make sure that they are not there. The issue with that is that it's long. You have to wait 5 to 14 days, and I've been in this situation where I used to work for 6 years at Nestle, and I was sick and tired of waiting and shipping products in the market without knowing if those products are contaminated or not. And that's why you have so many recalls in the food and beverage market. I left Nestlé. I met a PhD and postdoc from Institut Pasteur in Paris that has been working on a crazy new technology that is based on AI that has the ability of detect and quantifying bacteria, not in days, not in hours, but in seconds, with a high level of reliability. And this is a true game changer for the industry. And just to jump back on this question that you had, the problem has been there for 2 centuries. The main technology that we're using, photonics and spectroscopy, is a technology that has been there for 100 years. The missing part was AI. How do you find a microorganism of few micron inside of a sample that is really complex with lots of different background noise that could impact the signal, while if now the AI model that you're building, this new neural network, has been trained well enough so that they see hundreds of thousands of different use cases, of different products, of different spectral signatures of microorganisms, maybe you can give it a shot. That's what we did at SporeBio. We have validated the method, compared traditional techniques for the first use cases, and now we're growing really extensively.
Yeah, it's fascinating, right? Applause, because this is actually, remember, solving 200-old. Yeah, come on. I want to hear it. It's great. Congratulations. Tell us more about that AI and reduction of time. So how long did it take you guys to build that model? It's obviously innovation. Tell us a little bit more about that technology.
The funny thing is that we didn't build the company as an AI company. We built the company as we need to solve this issue, and then AI came as an obvious thing to solve it. And so we first worked on the kind of simplest strains, simplest matrices. We could actually have some good results with no kind of advanced deep learning models, and so using really simple regression models, etc. And the more the complexity of the use case was growing, the more it was obvious for us to switch to an deep learning neural network approach. We're also doing multimodal AI, so we combine computer vision with chemometrics. Chemometrics is AI applied to spectroscopy, so that we enrich the model in a certain way that can really discriminate really efficiently the system. And then we needed data. The first way of doing was to actually sign contracts really early on. And that's something that in my field, DeepTech, it's not being done quite early, and I'm a big advocate for that, is to actually go see big manufacturers, people in the field of pharma or food and beverage that has this pain point and are willing to collaborate with you, obviously if you negotiate well certain conditions. And they are actually the ones that will give you the first data sets, the first sample, and if you find the right champion and the right believers in your company. We started by doing that, but we need more. We needed a lot more of data. And so we were lucky enough to have Institut Pasteur really supporting a lot the project. So they have the biggest biobank in the world, the biggest bank of microorganisms in the world. And they decided to sign a partnership with us, and to let us exceed and train our models on this biobank, so we enrich it. And those two elements allowed us to go really, really quickly. And so that's my biggest take, is you have to have the expertise on building AI models, but you also need to have the data the theoretical data, but also the field data. And that's what we try to combine to be able to prove the performance of the system.
Right, and we'll come back to the data set and then discuss that a little bit later, because we want to dive into it, especially in the context of Africa here. Joanna, we would love to hear your opinion now. We talk about innovation, AI, reduction of time from a public policy and from a public policy perspective, public health. What is the take on this innovation and AI? How do we structure? How do we see quote-unquote control, maybe it's the wrong word, control of AI and public policy? Maybe you should correct me. What is the right word that I should use?
Not control. First of all, I would not put it on control. And I probably will bring you back for, as I connect EU, European policy in one hat, and I live in the UAE, in the Middle East, with another kind of policy on AI, what we can have is a divergence of worlds. And when it comes to innovation and AI, and probably seeing the regulation or public policy making as a barrier. And it's something that it's always on the table. And when we go to EU, to Europe, it's something that Europe regulates. Europe has lots and lots of regulation on data. EU has a regulation on AI, and then it gets consensus on the member states. And so we have barrier. Regulations, barrier, and AI innovation. On the other hand, we can see, and we're talking high level, not in terms of healthcare at this point. On the UAE, they put it as, okay, we are early adopters of AI, and being AI exactly, I would call it the tool that Carl just described, or I'll call it the tool, the big tool, being the simple forms or the more complex forms, the black boxes. So it's a tool. And we want to be early adopters of AI, and we don't want regulation to be a barrier for the innovation in the country. So what they did is, okay, let's put it all together and let's play with this puzzle. And there's 3 authority institutions in the UAE that came together, they converge, and now public policy making is based on AI. So in between the 7 Emirates, each one has local policies, and then we have, like in the United States, the federal laws. So they are using AI to review all the laws that were made in the past, and to coordinate at federal level to allow innovation to enter the country. Then they are also using AI to optimize this regulation, because any time that we have an innovation, AI should be kind of on a daily basis evaluating the regulation to see, is it a barrier or does it allow innovation in the country?
Interesting.
So this is something that is already done in the UAE, and we have kind of three, I'll call it ministries, three public institutions that overseeing this process on law, so that law is not a barrier, or I don't know exactly what was the word that you put it on the...
I use control, but I forgot that word already.
let's not go on control. Right. So this is like how AI revolutionized policy making in the UAE. If you want to bring that to healthcare, which is actually my area of passion as a pharmacist, AI is applied in the UAE in a large, I'll call it the data lake, because as Carl also put it, so AI as a tool is used on a large amount of data. In the UAE, we collect health data. The major focal points are the Emirati Genome Program, where we have the genomic data from all the Emirati population. It's not all mapped. It's at 60% at this point in 2 years. And then we have the real-world clinical data collected like every time that a patient goes to a hospital. And they collect that also that data. So we have a large amount of data, a data lake. And what they do, in a very simple way of putting it, is like we put AI on top of it, and we use AI to revolutionize healthcare when it comes to public health. And I'll give an example. Like we had a measles peak last month in the UAE, and it was detected in the data lake. And what drilled down into public policies, alerts to schools, and having nurses going to all the schools in the kingdom to vaccinate the kids and to talk with the teachers and to the parents about what was happening. How did we get to that? With AI running on top of the data lake. So it's like here, we're talking about public health.
Right.
We can also go on how useful is AI in the data lake. Right. If you see that we have genomic data, we have the clinical data from the medical appointments, and then we have like all these gadgets that probably all of us, I don't know, many of you are using it on the audience, but I think almost every one of us has a data. There we go. So they combine all the information and allow me as an individual to have, in an app, of course, information about myself, my health on a daily basis, and it allows me something as simple as refill a prescription online, to get the medicines delivered to my place, to have alerts to take my medicines and to take care of my health, to go to the doctor, careful because it's time to do, I don't know, an exam. So you have it like AI, not as a barrier in the kingdom. That's what we aim to do. And then to be used in healthcare, public health and individual health.
So I think that's great. So we've talked about how AI in our regions are accelerating innovation, and we heard about data sets, and it's great. Well, if we bring it to Africa now, with all the AI in healthcare, there are obviously challenges, and there are also opportunities. So I would like to explore with you challenges and opportunities of using AI. And I think it would be maybe interesting for the audience, perhaps what would be the opportunities, but let's talk a little bit about challenges and what you would see the challenges being in bringing AI, or obviously we use it here in Africa, but it's implementation. Infrastructure and barriers. So that's what comes to my mind first. Data sets, that's what comes in my mind. Julia, you shared with us a very interesting example in drug development, where the data set, for example, as a challenge, was different than different cohort. So tell us more about that story.
Yeah, so I think there is so specific to Africa, I think it's interesting to think about two quote-unquote challenges, because I say quote-unquote because every challenge can also be an opportunity, right? The first challenge is, or maybe peculiarity about the continent, and it's really, really fascinating, is that it's genetically incredibly diverse, because we're all out of Africa, and it turns out 99% of our, genetic evolution has happened here on this continent. So those of us who left 100,000 years ago, we're the boring ones. All the diversity is here. At the same time, less than 5% of global clinical trials are conducted in Africa. So we're missing crucial data on how treatments need to be, or how can treatments be effective in African populations. That's true both in terms of safety, right? Because you can have specific peculiarities in your genetic makeup that make you metabolize a drug more or less, or it could be not effective at all. So that's a big challenge. And AI can solve that in different ways. So, for example, there's a lot of projects ongoing sequencing African populations, as Joanna described in the UAE. There's of course efforts ongoing in specific African populations to understand some mutations that we already know make people more or less susceptible to certain drug targets, and then we can match that up with evidence from the lab in terms of how fast or how slow a drug is developed. And then we can make recommendations in terms of dosage, or maybe even a different drug that should be used. And then at the same time, I said every challenge is also an opportunity. The opportunity here is, if we understand more about the specific makeup of the populations, we can also think about drug repurposing. So maybe a trial hasn't been done here before, but we know the makeup of a typical patient that would respond to a certain drug that is approved for a different indication. Perhaps that can be repurposed. So that is already being done in other countries. So there's a project, a company in the US, EveryCure. If someone wants to look that up, it's extremely fascinating. Huge opportunity if we collect the data on African populations.
Thank you. And Carl, so opportunities for Africa in AI, in your field, for example, what would you say? I know it's a broad question for you, and I know we discussed a lot of good ideas as well. What do you see, how a new continent with sort of clean slate, so to speak, with very young population, Hungary, we have got a great audience here, we're a great university. What opportunities would you see for our students here?
So here's where I'm gonna be exposed as ignorant, because I'm here on a listening and learning tour about Africa. But here it goes. So being an academic, I have students front of mind, because I spend a lot of time with them. And I don't know, every time I talk about AI, it makes me feel old. I don't know about the audience, but young generation and students are much more exposed to AI and computers than we are, except you, so here's an opportunity. You got a young generation. In the US, I remember the days when my lab published a paper using AI, just in a science journal, and we got a rejection because the reviewers told us, if you cannot explain how you obtained your results, we can't publish in a high impact journal. We need to understand, what are you talking about? That was a few years ago. Fast forward, nowadays, if you want to publish a paper, you can't publish unless you have AI in it. It's an exaggeration, but so here's where the field is going. It's growing rapidly, but just to make a point that in the US, we sort of woke up one day and AI was upon us. Right. And we just had to roll up our sleeves and get to work. We didn't know what we were doing most of the time. And so an opportunity here for Africa is the luxury of being thoughtful about your approach and learning from mistakes and being comprehensive and ask deep questions. And I think, Julia, you said something important. You dropped the keyword hype. So obviously this whole conference is on AI, and I support AI, but I support it from a perspective that if you have the luxury of thinking about it, you have time, and you can be thoughtful, but you can also be inquisitive and ask yourself, do I need AI? And Amin brought up another beautiful example of when they first started, they used a regression model. Regression is not AI, and they were able to start the company. So you don't always need AI for everything. It's not a magic wand, but if you are able to use it, think about why do you need it, in what form of AI do you need it? And as a student, you have to understand that AI, at the end of the day, requires data. No data, no AI, right? And by data, I mean digital data. So in the US, there's been a digitization revolution. A race to digitize the data so then you can leverage AI. Now, in the healthcare system, let's say you walk into a hospital anywhere in the world and you're using pen and paper, you will not be able to implement AI. So that's the first challenge. We'll talk about some of the challenge.
Right.
The next step is you have digital data, but it's sitting on archaic computers. And nowadays, because AI is starting to reach its computational limits on silicon-based computers, and I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but we're trying to catch up with AI, but quote me, in the next 2 to 3 years, you're going to have to catch up with quantum. And the reason I'm saying this is that the vast amount of energy and power being spent on ChatGPT-like foundation models are peaking, and people are trying to find new solutions. And the new solutions, and we've reached the Moore's law for silicon chip. I'm not going to get too technical, but bottom line is the silicon-based binary computers that we use, that we are familiar with, have reached their maximum capacity. The next obvious step is going to be quantum. And so gear up and put on your seatbelt in the next 2 to 3 years. Catch up on AI, have quantum in the back of your mind, because that's going to be the next thing. So again, challenges are going to be digitize your data, make sure they're digital, have a policy around digital records so you can implement AI, and keep an eye on quantum for the future.
Can I put you on the spot and maybe give us the difference between AI and quantum?
Yes. You mean classical computers and quantum computers?
Yes, please.
All right. So bear with me, being a little bit technical, but I'm going to try to simplify it. We don't need to have quantum physics degrees to understand this, but we all know that computers work on a binary platform, zeros and ones, from the old days until now, and we continue to use binary systems for classic computers. Well, that leads to a bottom line silicon bottleneck, because those electrons are traveling on silicon-based chips. So the finer and more precise and smaller chips, the more powerful the computers, because you can store more information and process faster data. And nowadays, we're reaching the limit whereby the thinnest layer of silicon is about equivalent to 10 layers of atoms. So if you, obviously atoms are the smallest in our real physical world of Newtonian physics. So you line up 10 layers of those, this is the maximum that you can reach where electrons can travel through these layers. But that's not enough for us, right? ChatGPT, again, is spending gazillion dollars on those queries that we send them, like, how can I catch a taxi or whatever. Every time you put a query, you are using a lot of power, and they're spending a ton of money on that, which eventually you're going to have to cough up in the future. But bottom line is, the next step is those, when we reach the limit of 10 layers of atoms to run the quantum computing, when you get down to 5 layers, electrons start to lose their path down this 5-layer grid, and obviously communication breaks down.
Right.
The alternative to this is use single atoms as your unitary data storing and data information processing, the atom itself. And as an advantage or a benefit from the zeros to ones, atoms live in almost unlimited states. So when you transfer information to this one atom, it's not just a 0 and 1, but this atom can be in infinite states. And so therefore, quantum computing can provide you with almost exponential degrees of efficiency. More importantly is that quantum computer generates an output and results different from classic. What that means is that when you use a quantum computer, you don't only get faster and more efficient, you get different results. So you can feed it the same amount of data, but you can get a different molecule, make a discovery, decrypt things, which becomes a matter of national security. So that's why I think quantum is going to be a very hot topic in the next 2 to 3 years. And I hope I've explained the difference between that and...
The only reason that I brought that up for the audience is just now we're talking AI and there's a hype as we talked, but I think soon enough, we'll be talking about quantum computing here and healthcare. I mean, I'm going to put you on the spot in hypothetical situation, and here it goes. So, what technology and workforce training investment, let's just say you want to bring your company to Morocco, what technology and workforce training investments would be critical to build, a company and a robust company here for an AI-driven healthcare here? What would you be investing?
That's a really good question, and actually there's one example that is not in Morocco, but one of our close neighbor, Tunisia, that built an AI company. I'm sure some of the people in the audience knows it. It's called Instajib. They built it from Tatouine, which is a small city in Tunisia. And 3 years ago, they did the biggest exit ever outside of the United States in the field of AI. They have been bought by Biotech, which is a huge German biotech, for $850 million. And it's a Tunisian company. And I had the chance of meeting the CEO. And I think the secret potion is, one, he was a guy that has a huge network, that has spent quite a lot of time abroad, meeting with top pharma executives. So their main use case is drug AI for drug discovery, and they've been partnering with Sanofi, with GSK, with AstraZeneca, etc. But they do way other things. And then he knew what resources he had in Tunisia that maybe not everyone has, is the brains. Here in Morocco, in North Africa, we have some brilliant minds. We have some mathematicians, we have some physicists that are extremely skilled, that usually go abroad, study in the best universities, or even study in the new alternatives that we have here in Morocco, like UM6P. And if you give them opportunities, jobs where they can actually use their minds for greater good in a global market, I think that's the secret recipe. And that's so far the best African example that we saw. I hope there's going to be other of them. I'm seeing at the early stage level more and more coming that I could bet a lot on. But yeah, founders that have been abroad and are not afraid of tackling global market, because if you build an AI company for Morocco, I mean, the market is way too tiny. And then being able to connect with those networks of local minds that let's be honest and fair, are cheapest than your competitors in the US or in Europe, but are even more skilled than some of them. And we're also lucky in Morocco that we have the public authorities, the government that is pushing more and more in that. We have more and more incentives. And so I believe that this cocktail of factors will make the future AI companies born in Morocco.
So you think we have all the ingredients here?
Yes, now yes.
Right. So, which is exciting to all of us here. I think we just need direction. Joanna, so All the ingredients are here. Leadership, I mean, is an excellent leader. Ethical considerations for AI deployment in the medical solutions in Morocco, for example. So if we have to bring in ideas or guardrails, so to speak, what would you say should we be thinking about from a policy perspective or public health perspective that would be, from an ethical perspective, what should we put on the table here?
I would put transparency
right.
of the model I'm not so bear with me, I'm a pharmacist, I'm not an AI expert, but transparency, because when we go to the more complex AI models or solutions, as Carl put it, it's kind of a black box. We know what we put in, the data that it's jumping in. We don't know exactly what's happened inside, and then we know what comes out. So transparency in this model, it's crucial as far as technology allows us to do so, of course. And then I'm just having the word in my head in Portuguese, sorry. But equal access to the care.
Right.
Okay, so and AI, if here we have all the ingredients, yes, we do. And I am very, very keen and happy to know that the leadership here, because just as Carl, I was not aware of the ecosystem of healthcare and the public policies and the incentives when it comes to healthcare and AI implementation. And yes, we should put AI and quantum on top of our list if we need it for the next 5 years, definitely here in this setting of university and research. I would put these two on top of our mind. And then probably that's the ethical and the early and equal access to healthcare. I would challenge for obtaining the data, because I think that it's something, yes, probably we don't have electronic health data records in Morocco as a national level, but it's not as difficult to have it with the new AI technologies, ChatGPT-like. So it's something that we can overcome with AI. Get a good data lake to put AI working on top of it.
You actually, it's a good segue to what I had in mind next, which is data set and EMRs, electronic medical records, which we don't have to build data sets here, which to me is the highest barriers and hurdle. I mean, how can we get Pan-African or even, Pan-North African data set if we don't have electronic records? Where should we start? How could we start? And actually, you're going to open it up to whoever wants to answer the question. So any ideas? Let's just go through a quick brainstorm session here. So here's the problem. We have hospitals, clinics. We have a lot of good people doing care. Disparities in EMRs. So what should we do, guys?
It's funny because you need, obviously, to digitize the data to implement AI, but the data is not digitized. The most obvious thing to do is to start today prospectively and digitize everything as of tomorrow. Old records you might have to just abandon. However, there is hope because there are language models that use semantics who could potentially help you transcribe this old record. As we did with in academia, again, we have publications and journals from the 1950s and 60s and 70s that are still accessible electronically, because at some point we made the decision that we cannot lose this rich data set. So there have been systems developed, and maybe the young, talented generation can work on this. A model that would go back retrospectively, rescue old records that are in handwriting or paper copies, digitize them and position them to be stored. That's the past. The future, the longer you wait, the more it becomes a problem. This is in terms of transcribed data. There's also voice-generated data. capturing encounters between the physicians and the caregivers and the patients. Have an audio system collect that data, transcribe it and digitize it, and summarize it. So you can have a prospective look at that encounter and storage of that data somewhere. It's not going to be perfect, but here's a couple of ideas that are available and tangible and can be worked on from the comfort of your home.
Right. Totally agree with that. And that's why also we need local talents to tackle this issue, because those problematics are really local. Let's take one example, language. Here in Morocco, we have a Babel Tower of languages. Right. We have classical Arabic, French, that is being used a lot, Darija for the oral, which is our own way of speaking Arabic in Morocco. We have MAScIR, that is more and more used also for writing. I don't think the open source large language models of OpenAI or Gemini or whatever are good at that. And so that's why we need Moroccan talents, and maybe some of them are in the room, to take this challenge, this opportunity, and to make this happen.
Ladies?
I will add to this. I think we have, I'm amazed, one step back, I'm amazed with the infrastructure of this campus.
Yes.
I was not expecting to see something like this. And here we have all the ingredients, maybe not here in Morocco as we're talking previously, but here probably in this campus, as far as we understood, there's a medical school here. As far as we understood, there's going to be a hospital opening soon. So there's AI experts also here, engineers. So probably you have all the ingredients in this campus to make something that I would add to this, like a sandbox. If you have, okay, it doesn't exist at the moment, a model where you could use the data, to digitalize it and then to implement it on healthcare to optimize the outcomes, the clinical outcomes, or reduce costs. It depends on the KPI that you're looking for. But you have also the political will to have Morocco as a driving force in Africa for AI and also AI in healthcare. So why don't we use, and that's a challenge for you, why don't we use this campus, this ecosystem, this political will, and maybe you don't have the regulations to do so. Use what we call like a sandbox model where you can test in real world clinical settings, the data that you have in order to create outputs, and then you'll be playing with the real outcomes of AI in healthcare, that in the end of the day, these are just tools. Yes, you have data, you have to digitalize the data, but in order to do what? What are we pursuing? What kind of outcomes are we pursuing? So that's a challenge that we would like to live at this campus, right. And maybe in 1 year, if all the ingredients are here, we can have like a sandbox model for one clinical pathology where you would have implemented a sandbox and have results.
Fantastic vision. Julia?
Yeah, I was thinking along the same lines. You asked, where do we start? And,
right.
And I usually like to start asking, where do we need to go, right? So I think it's really important to build these use cases that will really create value for the populations here. So what is it? Is it a certain pathology? Is it maybe a prediction of infectious disease outbreaks? What are the use cases? Because as Carl mentioned in the beginning, we have the opportunity to build better and be thoughtful about our use of AI and be forward thinking in terms of what do the systems need to look like to enable us to really tackle the specific challenges here. So I think it's very, very important to keep, focus on specific use cases so that we don't just build, but we build towards a certain goal.
So we have 5 minutes. I'm going to let every one of you give parting words, maybe one sentence or two to the audience before I close this. So, Amin, what would you say to the audience? Anything you would like to say, message?
I'm just going to give my personal experience. I lived 18 years in Morocco. Then I left. I lived abroad, France, Dubai, Bangkok, and then came back to France. A few years ago, there was a big skepticism about Morocco in the diaspora, everyone complaining a lot, corruption, the mess in the public space, etc., etc. And now, since like five years, and I think you feel it, Marwan, there's a wave of optimism and enthusiasm that we're feeling towards the future of Morocco, and I hope you can also feel it as visitors here. We really believe that we're on the right path and that we can leverage those novel technologies. I hope we'll take the path to quantum, to photonic chips before quantum, or whatever that will allow us to grow and to keep up with the big ones. And I think that those new technologies can allow us to do kind of a leapfrog.
Right.
So it's like mobiles in Morocco. We didn't had mass penetration of computers, and still when mobiles arrived, people were naturally tech native, and so they took this technology and like you had it everywhere. I hope, and I'm sure that we're going to see the same thing for those new technologies that allow us to go really, really, really fast and to go compete with the big incumbents in the world.
Carl?
Yeah, very quickly. Again, I'm a scientist, so I like to be skeptic, positive, but skeptic in a good way. Obviously, this session is about healthcare and AI. Always ask yourself, why healthcare and why AI? Healthcare, everybody gets sick. AI, because healthcare is complex. Having said this, if you're working on a solution in healthcare and AI, again, ask yourself, what is the use case, as Julia said? You don't want to boil down the ocean. Whatever might work for Morocco may not work for Tunisia, may not work for the US or Europe. Always be careful about exactly what problem are you tackling. There's a lot of problems in healthcare and AI, and always ask yourself why and justify it. Who's going to pay? Who's going to benefit? They're not always the same thing. Who's your customer? And who's going to adopt your technology? And always strive for validation, because what you develop here, again, may not work for the entire population or across the continent. So just be thoughtful of these three things.
Joanna?
So I would think that the takeaway messages from my policy side would be, first, do not look at policy and regulation as a barrier to innovation, or for AI in this case, AI in healthcare, but see policy as enabler of that, and create dynamic policies, because you have a leadership that is willing to do so and is willing to have results to implement. So probably you will get a compromise when it comes to public policy making. That will be the first, because we don't want the regulators to be the boogeyman of innovation in this point. So let's take it out of the table, and if we're working with all the rest, create a solution also in this one, because has been made in other markets. So you can definitely look at it as a benchmark and try to apply it if it's useful for you. Then data. Data and try to use it. I like the challenge. It was very spontaneous, but I like the challenge, and I would like to come back to Morocco in 1 or 2 years and see that there was data, and in healthcare you were able to find an output when it comes to populational health and to your individual health as researchers or as students in this campus, like what this project of AI in healthcare brought to your individual life. And that's very useful to have results. In the end, I will just leave a thought, because here in Morocco we have a very young population. I'm a Portuguese, so we have very, very old population in Portugal, and it's not getting better. But here you have a very young population. So here we can definitely talk about longevity, and here we could definitely talk about preventive healthcare. So if you're going to decide that, yes, let's jump into the AI challenges and let's implement AI, yes, treatment is good, but even the states are shifting the paradigm from treatment and pay per service to pay per outcome, clinical outcome. So why not look at Morocco population, and especially the one in this campus, and try to have some longevity and prevention when it comes to AI in healthcare projects?
Julia, quickly. Otherwise, they kick me out.
Yeah, in preparing for this session, I spoke to a professor in Cape Town about a really exciting project that she was leading, sequencing African populations and matching it with clinical data in order to allow new target discovery. That project was funded by pharma from the global north, but the deal was to build the capacity in Africa, and the deal was also to give early access to African SMEs to exploit that data and build companies here. And that really left me hopeful, because yes, you should access, what is available for global pharma, but you should build better. And to Amin's point, I really feel the momentum, and I'm really, really hopeful that we will see truly new innovation coming from this continent.
Thank you. So in conclusion, I just want to say we discussed four topics. So one, acceleration or accelerating healthcare with innovation through AI, overcoming infrastructure and access barriers, challenges that AI can help solve, and opportunities that AI can help create. So I would like to just have one quick parting words. When I left Morocco at the age of 18, and I'm 50, and I'm not, and it's okay if I tell my age, I had a dream. So I just want to convey to all the young people, please never stop dreaming and be brave, because with that drive, you can accomplish anything, even if you're here. So join me in thanking my panelists here with a warm applause, and thank you for being with us here.